Chapter 5090. Huge cosmic rays shot over, forming a dense network that was airtight. Then they passed through their bodies. Then, something terrible happened. Despite their powerful soul power, they couldn't fight against the three extremes of the universe. Mahayana Buddhism. Some of the Vajra's souls were collapsing, but they were also mumbling to themselves. They all discovered that this terrifying soul force attack was actually a Buddhist technique. Bang bang bang. Their souls continued to explode and turn into ashes, leaving only 18 golden Buddhas floating in the sky. Without the support of the Buddhist voice, the huge golden Buddha bowl seemed to have lost control and slowly fell. Get lost. Lin Ling dodged the falling golden Buddha bowl and turned into a giant. He held the golden Buddha bowl and threw it into the distance. Rumble. The golden Buddha bowl was like a golden disc, flying along the ground. Everywhere it passed, a large number of Buddhas were killed and destroyed. Everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. Rumble. In the outside world, the battle was also affected. Another Buddha collapsed. No one attacked it and it collapsed directly. In this way, there were only 4 Buddhas left. And there was still one Buddha that was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He knew that he couldn't stay here for long. He returned to his usual size, activated the Kwafu's sun-chasing boots, and shot into the distance along the ground. And just as he left, an old man in a monk's robe appeared. He looked at the motionless Vajras in the sky and then at the destroyed ground and closed his eyes. Amitabha. What a sin, what a sin. After saying that, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. With a step, he chased after Wang Xian. His speed was like a stream of light, incomparably fast. He put his palms together and sat cross-legged. Behind him, a Buddhist light appeared. The Buddhist light also illuminated the scene of a large number of Buddhas silently chanting Buddhist scriptures. This was his universe. He was like a supreme Buddha, chasing after Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly sensed a powerful force behind him. He said in shock, "Look at that power, it's probably a god-level universe giant god. With my current strength, I can't fight against it." He looked ahead and saw countless Buddhas sitting cross-legged. Then, without saying a word, he slashed out and reaped the lives of many Buddhas. After looting their relics, he continued to fly forward. He knew that he couldn't fight against that god, but before that he had to do his best to help the battle in the outside world. Die. Lin Ling didn't show the slightest mercy to those Buddhas. Perhaps Buddha was benevolent, but not all Buddhas were like that. At the very least, the 3 divine sects of White Mountain were not like that. What a sin, what a sin. Behind him, the Buddhist god kept closing in on Lin Ling, but he wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. He could only watch as Lin Ling slaughtered the Buddhist gods. It made him sigh constantly as he recited the Rebirth Sutra in his heart. As the chase continued, it was unknown how many Buddhas and gods were killed by Lin Ling. The Buddhas in the outside world continued to collapse. In the end, only one Buddha was left holding up the fort. However, if all 8 Buddhas were present, they could still suppress the Solar God clan. If there was only one Buddha, even if it was at its peak, it wouldn't be able to resist the siege of so many people. At this moment, in Burning Heart Mountain, the powerful Buddha had caught up with Lin Ling. He didn't do anything. The Buddha's light shone, enveloping Lin Ling in it. Lin Ling suddenly felt that he had entered a Buddha's world. When he looked up, he couldn't see anything. He could only see gods and Buddhas reciting Buddhist scriptures. The voices suppressed him from all directions, as if they wanted to beat Lin Ling back to his original form. The power of the universe is very strong. It's probably from the 6 realms great universe, or even the 5 realms. My Lin Ling universe can't resist it. My divine power and physical strength can't resist it either. Trapped in the Buddha's world, Lin Ling's face was solemn. He thought quickly and knew that the only way was to use the Sword of Faith. Back in the destructive divine mammoth, Lin Ling's Sword of Faith could break through the illusion. He wondered how it would be in the chaotic realm. Amitabha, good. Karma is a cycle. Is it fate? At this moment, outside the endless Buddha's light, an old man looked ahead and recited Buddhist scriptures. He seemed to want to beat Lin Ling back to his original form. In the Buddha's world, even if you are a great sage, you can't escape from the Five Fingers Mountain. He slowly closed his eyes. In the outside world, the Solar God clan was still attacking the last Buddha. However, they found that this Buddha was extremely tenacious. It seems that the person who helped us is suppressed. Someone from the Solar God clan said immediately. That's right. The previous Buddhas collapsed, and some couldn't recover after being attacked. However, this Buddha can continue to recover. Although it can't resist the attacks of so many of us, it also means that the person who helped us has reached the limit. He has reached his limit. More people nodded. Everyone from the Solar God clan, remember this day, remember this moment, and remember the person who helped us. In the future, that person will forever be the benefactor of our Solar God clan. An old man from the Sun God race with 36 wings said in a dignified manner. We will remember. Everyone from the Solar God clan nodded. Break him. Then, the elder with 36 wings was the first to pounce on the Buddha and burst out with a terrifying attack. Rumble. That Buddha finally couldn't hold on any longer and was forcefully torn apart. This was also the first Buddha that they had broken without Lin Ling's help. After the 8 Buddhas were torn apart, the expressions of the gods in the distance changed drastically. They began to retreat. After all, they couldn't resist the attacks of the Solar God clan. Of course, they didn't expect the 8 Buddhas to fail. Otherwise, Dipankara Buddha would have asked the leaders of the White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Lamp Heart Divine Gates to help. Son of Light. Everyone from the Solar God clan looked ahead. There was a huge light screen there, and a young man was trapped inside. The young man's expression was normal as he looked indifferently at the arrival of the Solar God clan. This Son of Light was indeed the son of the Sun God. Even when life and death were close, he could still remain calm. However, at this moment, a smile appeared on his face. Dipankara Buddha, I'm about to escape. Your show is over. Rumble. As he said this, endless sun divine light surged out of his body and attacked the seal around him. After the Solar God clan in the distance arrived, they all burst out with all their strength and attacked the light to help the Son of Light. Amitba, Son of Light, your life is not over. After escaping this time, there will be a catastrophe in the world. Alas, you have done your best. Unfortunately, the world is full of suffering, and we can't help it escape the sea of suffering. Chapter 5091. Suddenly, Dipankara Buddha's eyes lit up as if he had seen something. His expression instantly became angry. So, it's Lin Ling's doing. I didn't seal him back then, and now it's karma. Sigh. He stood up, took a step, and disappeared on the spot. Just as he disappeared, on the distant land, the young man shrouded in Buddha's light opened his eyes. Has he abandoned me? He spent so much effort to refine me into his Buddha's light. Why did he give up so quickly? Unless he met someone more worthy than me. The young man was the Son of Light. He could clearly sense that the seal was continuing to weaken. He estimated that he would be completely free in 30 minutes. He guessed that Dipankara Buddha's target had changed, and that target was obviously more attractive than him. Amitba. On the other side, the old man was still silently chanting Buddha's voice, sealing Lin Ling with the power of the great universe. But at this moment he heard a voice. Amitba, Dipankara Buddha, I will continue to seal this boy so that he can't escape from the 32 small phases sky, the universe of Buddhas. The old man immediately replied. The person who had spoken to him earlier was Dipankara Buddha. Dipankara Buddha had also instructed him to keep a close eye on Lin Ling. Envoy Cleansing Altar was very confident in this because his great universe was invincible. After it was sealed, it was difficult for any force to break it. But just as he thought this, a dazzling light shot out. The surface of the endless Buddha's light flashed like lightning and thunder, and a white crack appeared. Then, the crack cracked and shattered, revealing a big hole. It was as if the universe had been blasted apart, causing Envoy Cleansing Altar's expression to change drastically. In the blink of an eye, he saw a white-haired young man walk out, holding a dazzling light sword in his hand. His hair was white, and his expression was cold. On the sword, envoy cleansing altar could clearly sense a powerful faith power. It should be known that the Buddha's power was condensed from millions of incense, but the faith power was a power that was not weaker than the Buddha's power. It's the power of the world will. Vile spawn, you're actually the host body of the world will. The envoy of the pure altar opened his eyes wide and continued to recite the Buddhist scriptures. His heart also felt as if it was about to explode. This was because he thought that it was just an ordinary god who was causing trouble in Burning Heart Mountain. He did not expect it to be the host body of the world's will. And the person who rushed out was Lin Ling. He didn't stop and randomly chose a direction to rush out. Lin Ling. However, just as he turned around, a cold shout was heard. When he turned around, he saw a thin and weak old man wearing a gray monk robe standing in the sky. This old man's skin was dry and his face was fleshless. He looked extremely ordinary. At this moment, he was glaring furiously at Lin Ling. He was none other than Dipankara Buddha God. How could Dipankara Buddha not be angry? He had finally caught the Son of Light and almost refined him into one of the light of Buddha. However, a piece of rat poop had spoiled the whole pot of soup. Most importantly, this person was his old enemy, Lin Ling. At that time, when he found out that Lin Ling had died, he felt a wave of pain in his heart because he still wanted to devour Lin Ling's world will. But who knew that many years later he received news that Lin Ling had been resurrected and had dominated the third floor of the Dao Pagoda. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to enter that place. He could only hope that the 3 divine gates of White Mountain would go in and capture him. Now, there was no need for him to capture him. Lin Ling was already here. Hello, old friend, long time no see. Lin Ling's heart beat violently, but he smiled politely on the surface. He never expected that Dipankara Buddha God would come. Could it be that the envoy of the pure altar had informed him? However, the envoy of the pure altar did not know who Lin Ling was at first. Only in the end, when Lin Ling used the power of the world will, did the other party guess his identity. His identity was revealed. This meant that it was not the envoy of the pure altar who told Dipankara Buddha God, but Dipankara Buddha God himself. Old friend. Hearing Lin Ling's words, even the staunch Dipankara Buddha God was boiling with anger at this moment. Don't be angry. Shouldn't Buddhas refrain from anger? Lin Ling smiled. Upon hearing that, Dipankara Buddha God closed his eyes and constantly recited Buddhist scriptures to suppress the impulse in his heart. The expression of the cleansed altar emissary beside him changed slightly. He had known Dipankara Buddha God for many years, but he had rarely seen him angry. Even when White Mountain was attacked by powerful gods and tens of thousands of Buddha gods were killed or injured, Dipankara Buddha God had never been angry. The only time he was angry seemed to be during the battle with Gautama Buddha God. Now it was the second time. He could not help but look at Lin Ling. He was very curious about who this man was and how he could make Dipankara Buddha God so angry. Lin Ling, you've come to the Chaos Realm again. This time, you won't be able to escape. Dipankara Buddha God opened his eyes and said coldly, "Don't be so impulsive. We're old acquaintances. Why do we have to fight every time we meet?" Lin Ling sighed. He looked calm on the surface but was very nervous. Last time, it was because of the help of Guangchengzi and the others that he managed to escape by surprise. This time, Dipankara Buddha God would definitely be prepared. If he wanted to escape, the difficulty would probably increase by 100 times. Rumble. However, at this moment, a huge energy wave struck. The entire Burning Heart Mountain shook. Countless Buddhas were affected and countless were killed or injured. The sky was torn apart, and it was as if the entire Burning Heart Mountain was blasted apart. Sunlight shone in, and it was incomparably dazzling. Within the resplendent golden sunlight, countless gods descended. It was the Sun God race. Son of Light. Dipankara Buddha God's expression turned ugly. The Son of Light had completely escaped. This person had inherited the mantle of the solar god and was extremely powerful. Dipankara Buddha God. A white-clothed youth walked over with a group of people from the Sun God race. The youth's voice seemed calm, but there was a hint of anger mixed within. Lin Ling, it's really you. Beside him, exclamations were also heard. Ning Qingxin, the 12-winged sun god, Yang Wei, and the others were all looking at Lin Ling. So it was Mr. Lin Ling who helped me. Here, I thank you. I will repay this great kindness in the future. The young man called Son of Light also stared at Lin Ling and smiled politely. Obviously, he also knew who had helped him at the most critical moment. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape today. Although he was one of the 9 stars of the universe and Lin Ling was the host of the 9 great world wills, they were mutually exclusive. However, when they fought, who knew when they would come? At least for now, Lin Ling was a friend and not an enemy. That was enough. Ning Qingxin. Lin Ling was also staring at the Solar God clan. After seeing Ning Qingxin, he couldn't help but smile happily. Then he saw the 12-winged sun god and the others. Finally, his gaze fell on the great god of Spirit Nation in the crowd. Chapter 5092. You must be the Son of Light. I'm here to help you at the invitation of Ning Qingxin and the 12-winged Yang god. It's best if I can help you. Afterward, Lin Ling also saluted the Son of Light. Since the other party was so polite, he naturally would not put on airs. Haha, there's no need to be so polite between you and me. The Son of Light nodded. He had actually heard of Lin Ling long ago, but this was the first time he had seen him. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would be so capable as to determine the victory of this divine battle. It was hard for him to imagine how Lin Ling, who had no background and no helpers, had grown to such a height. After all, he also knew that among the 9 world will hosts, Lin Ling was ranked 3rd, second only to Dipankara Buddha. Moreover, many world will hosts had a good relationship with Lin Ling and were with Lin Ling. Son of Light, you've already escaped. Why don't you leave the chaotic realm? Seeing that the Son of Light and Lin Ling were talking, Dipankara Buddha finally could not help but interrupt. What happened in the past is karma. It's not that I, Dipankara Buddha, want to touch you. You can understand that there must be such a tribulation in your life, and I'm the one who will cross it for you. Now that you've crossed the tribulation, I don't need you to repay me. However, you must leave the 3 great gates of White Mountain. Ha! Hearing this, the Son of Light laughed sarcastically. He did not expect Dipankara Buddha to be so shameless. He obviously wanted to refine him, but he found such a righteous excuse. Those who did not know him would think that Dipankara Buddha was helping him become stronger. Stop dreaming, bald donkey. Today I, the Son of Light, am free and will sweep across the universe. You rotten god, I will avenge you. Today, you gave up on me to capture Lin Ling, so I will help Lin Ling escape. The Son of Light said coldly. Son of Light, your father is not as reckless as you are. He knows when to stop. Do you really think you can stop me with just the 2 of you? Dipankara Buddha's voice became dignified. Dipankara Buddha, I know that the one left here is only your avatar. If your real body were here, we would be no match for you. But if it's just your avatar, it can't stop us. The Son of Light seemed to be very familiar with Dipankara Buddha God. Your original self has been in seclusion for many years. Hasn't he come out yet? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It turned out that this was an avatar. This meant that the one he faced last time was also an avatar. Dipankara Buddha God was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Ling could hardly stop an avatar. Lin Ling, leave immediately. While Lin Ling was thinking, the Son of Light also looked over. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot toward Lin Ling. After Lin Ling received it, he found that it was a jade bottle. There is the divine light of the sun inside. After leaving here, you can return to the Solar God clan with the help of the divine light of the sun. We will wait for you in the Dao Tower. Now, leave immediately. The Son of Light explained and shouted to the Solar God clan behind him, everyone, attack and stop Dipankara Buddha God. Kill. The Solar God clan and the gods shouted and erupted with a terrifying aura. They joined forces to suppress Dipankara Buddha God. This aura was so terrifying that it could destroy the universe. Lin Ling's pupils contracted. When could his people become so strong? He stared at the majestic Son of Light again and secretly envied him. Compared to the Son of Light, he was indeed much weaker. His aura was also much weaker. Lin Ling, thank you. Lin Ling didn't argue and flew into the distance. Lin Ling, don't think of leaving. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Dipankara Buddha God was furious. He had abandoned the Son of Light because he realized that Lin Ling was more important. How could he let Lin Ling escape now? Moreover, Zhenren Duobao, whom he had captured with great difficulty, had also disappeared. He guessed that Zhenren Duobao had most likely been taken away by Lin Ling. The two world-will hosts were about to disappear from his sight. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this anger. Sun God Halberd. Just as he was about to chase after Lin Ling, countless rays of sunlight suddenly shone over and locked onto Dipankara Buddha God. Halberds condensed from sunlight shot over. Their power was incomparably terrifying. They had actually reached over 10,000 units of divine power. Dipankara Buddha God wasn't afraid of a single sun god halberd, but there were more here. As expected of the Son of Light who has obtained the inheritance of the Sun God. With him around, the strength of the entire Sun God clan has increased greatly. As long as they are bathed in sunlight, they are almost invincible. Dipankara Buddha God's expression was solemn. He could only grit his teeth and watch Lin Ling escape. He sat cross-legged in the air, silently recited Buddhist scriptures, and transformed into a golden Buddha. Clang, clang. The incomparably terrifying Sun God halberd shot over, but they were all blocked by the Buddhist light. Sun God sword. The Son of Light's expression was cold as a golden longsword appeared in his hand. He looked at the golden Buddha and slashed fiercely. This slash could cut through countless years and universes. When it landed on the golden Buddha, it directly caused cracks to appear on the golden Buddha and it was on the verge of collapse. A mouthful of blood immediately flowed out from the corner of Dipankara Buddha God's mouth. His eyes were cold and unmoved. This was only his clone. If his main body was still here, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of the Son of Light. After all, the current Son of Light was only in the growth stage. Looking at the other side, Lin Ling could feel the intense battle behind him. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Sure enough, this was the true battle between the gods of the Chaos world. Unfortunately, he couldn't watch too much. He only hoped to leave the Chaos world immediately. He flew all the way forward. After flying for 2 hours, the Buddhist aura finally disappeared. This let Lin Ling know that he had rushed out of the territory of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. It took him 2 hours to rush out. One had to know that Lin Ling's current speed was incomparably terrifying. He could cross a universe in the blink of an eye. The Son of Light left me a way out. As Lin Ling ran, he took out the jade bottle and found that it contained a ray of sunlight. This ray of sunlight was very mysterious. After sensing it, his entire body felt comfortable. What was strange was that he actually relied on this ray of sunlight to leave the Chaos realm. He wanted to use this ray of sunlight to leave, but suddenly, Lin Ling frowned as he sensed a powerful force attacking him. It was very strong and it was the aura of Buddha. It seemed that Dipankara Buddha was chasing after him. Lin Ling, evildoer, where are you running to? I'm White Mountain Buddha. Sure enough, a deafening voice came from afar. However, it wasn't Dipankara Buddha, but an expert called White Mountain Buddha. Even so, Lin Ling knew that he was no match for him. Moreover, the longer he was entangled in the Chaos realm, the more dangerous it would be for him. Scram! Lin Ling put away the jade bottle and hurriedly ran again. Although that ray of sunlight could allow Lin Ling to leave this place, it would definitely take a long time. If he was interrupted, it would be troublesome. Lin Ling panicked and did not know where to go. He could only bury his head and run. Behind them, a giant Buddha was galloping on the ground like a giant. Its speed was actually slightly faster than Lin Ling's. If not for the fact that they were far away to begin with, Lin Ling would have been caught up long ago. The two of them ran for a full hour. Suddenly, the ground in front of them changed. It was verdant and lush, and it looked like it was thriving. This was completely different from the dilapidated ancient Chaos realm. Not good, we've reached Longevity Mountain. Chapter 5093. How did I get here? Lin Ling slowed down a lot because he realized that the Buddha behind him had also slowed down. Lin Ling also noticed that his surroundings were clearly different. Could it be that this is no longer the territory of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain? And from the looks of it, the Buddha is clearly afraid. Not only has he slowed down, but he doesn't even dare to approach. Lin Ling was shocked. Lin Ling. At the same time, the White Mountain Buddha said in a low voice, "This is not a place you can enter. Come out quickly or bear the consequences." Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Bear the consequences? Would he be fine if he left? No matter how dangerous it was, it couldn't be compared to being caught by the Dipankara Buddha. "I don't know how to get out. Come in and take me out." Lin Ling replied. In the distance, the White Mountain Buddha's face turned cold. He was fuming with anger, but there was nothing he could do. This is the Longevity Mountain, the territory of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. This Earth Immortal Ancestor is one of the 8 gods, the 8 strongest rulers of the Chaos Realm. I can't afford to offend him. However, am I just going to watch Lin Ling escape? The White Mountain Buddha kept pondering. In the end, he didn't dare to enter the Longevity Mountain. Then, when he saw that Lin Ling was about to escape, he suddenly struck out a Buddhist seal at Lin Ling. Mahayana Orthodox branch. Endless Buddhist power condensed, transforming into a white Buddhist seal that disappeared in midair. In the distance, Lin Ling was escaping when his pupils suddenly narrowed. He sensed a mysterious power surging over. By the time he reacted, a mysterious Buddhist seal had already appeared on his chest. Soon after, Lin Ling noticed that all of his strength was sealed. His physical strength, God force, and even soul force were all sealed. What a domineering Buddhist seal! Lin Ling's expression changed as he sped up and disappeared into the mountains. Sealed by my Mahayana Orthodox branch, you will eventually turn into a relic. The White Mountain Great Buddha put his palms together and chanted Amitabha silently. Then he left. Along the way, he also encountered Dipankara Buddha. After some questioning, White Mountain Great Buddha told him what had happened. He went to the ancestor of the Earth Immortals 10,000 Years Mountain. Dipankara Buddha's expression was extremely ugly. In the chaotic realm, he could be considered to be able to do as he wished. However, there were 8 places that he could not do so in, and one of them was Longevity Mountain. This was because a powerful ruler resided here, and his strength was so great that even if his true body came here, he would not be able to gain any advantage. In fact, the 3 great divine gates of White Mountain were also one of the 8 great divine generations, but they were ranked at the very bottom. Don't worry, I've already sealed Lin Ling. He can only turn into a Saraira. When the time comes, I'll bring the Saraira out. Lin Ling can't do as he pleases. The Baishan Great Buddha said proudly. It's hard to say. Lin Ling is an anomaly in the universe. We may not be able to control him. I estimate that it won't be long before he escapes. Dipankara Buddha closed his eyes slightly. It seems that we can only attack him in the Tao Pagoda. Hearing this, Baishan Great Buddha was not completely convinced. He still believed in himself. On the other side, Lin Ling walked along Tsang Mountain and found that it was extremely ancient. These trees seemed to have existed for hundreds of millions of years, but they were not huge. It was very strange. You want to seal me with a mere Buddhist seal? Then, Lin Ling growled as he controlled the power of faith and constantly attacked the Buddhist seal. The power of faith could break through the universe and all kinds of seals. At this moment, it turned into a sword and attacked Lin Ling's body, gradually cutting off the control of the Buddhist seal. Of course, this process was also extremely painful, as if his soul was being torn apart. It's really effective, but the process is too troublesome. It seems that it will take some time to crack it. Lin Ling's footsteps became staggered. Even though he had experienced all kinds of hardships, the feeling of his soul being torn apart was still unbearable. His mind suddenly went blank, and his entire body fell down. There was a small stream beside him, and the waves were very strong. After he fell, he was immediately pushed forward by the stream, and it went further and further until it entered a large river. The water of this big river was extremely clear. There were cobblestones at the bottom of the river, and countless small fish and shrimps were swimming around. It was like a fairyland. Lin Ling moved along with the river, and his breath disappeared. He was like an ordinary god. When the river gradually slowed down, he slowed down and floated in the river. And in the distant forest, the singing of a woman drifted over. A young girl was currently bathing in the river. The clear river water sprinkled on her skin, sparkling and translucent. Under the illumination of the sunlight, these water droplets made the young girl appear as pure and holy as a goddess from the 9 heavens. Ah! Suddenly, the girl let out a cry of surprise. With a wave of her small hand, a white veil appeared out of thin air, covering her perfect body. Her eyes stared ahead, and her right hand condensed a powerful divine vitality. She wanted to attack, but in the end, she did not because she found that the lecherous prodigal seemed to have no consciousness. She floated up, and her flawless jade-like feet lightly touched the water surface, and she floated forward. As expected, he is unconscious. Did he float along the river? The girl carefully looked at the man floating on the water surface, and her big eyes flashed with curiosity. She saw the man's white hair scattered on the water surface, and his facial features were cold and sharp like knives. His lips were tightly pursed, and a faint voice floated over. You. Although the voice was weak, the girl still heard it. She frowned slightly. You? What is this? She shook her head and wanted to leave, but when she saw the man's pained expression, she did not know why, but she could not bear to leave. There are divine beasts in this mountain. If he meets one, he will be eaten. Forget it, it is fate that we met. I will save him while I am at it. The girl waved her right hand, and a holy light appeared, enveloping the man, and he floated into the distance. After leaving the water surface, her flawless jade-like feet quietly turned into a snake tail. This snake tail was covered in white scales, and it looked extremely exquisite. The girl's lower body was that of a snake, and her upper body was that of a human. She flew with the man just like that. Not long after, layers of Taoist temples appeared in the mountains. Faint voices floated over, and they were neat and tidy, mixed with a powerful force. Wei Yang, you are back? What are you carrying? Before they got close to the Taoist temple, a few women in long robes flew over from the foot of the mountain. These women all had an otherworldly aura, and their every movement was like that of a goddess. Seeing these women, the girl's expression changed. With a wave of her right hand, she returned to her normal appearance and explained, I met this man on the way. He seems to be unconscious. I was afraid that he would be eaten by a divine beast, so I brought him back. Wow, how can this be? If your master finds out, he will definitely kill him. This man is quite good-looking. I wonder which Taoist temple's disciple he is from. The women chattered and surrounded the white-haired man, sizing him up. Don't worry, I will explain to your master. Chapter 5094. Following which, she and the other girls walked up the stairs to the Taoist temple. Along the way, many people looked over curiously. What is Feng Mo Yang bringing along? That's a man. Didn't she not allow men to get close? Who knows? Back then, Hua Jichu specifically asked Feng Mo Yang to become Dao companions. Now that she's bringing along a man, isn't this embarrassing for Hua Jichu? Feng Mo Yang didn't even agree. This is nothing. Whispers could be heard, causing the girl's eyes to flash, but she didn't care too much. Not long after, they arrived at a corner of the Taoist temple and knelt down. Honored teacher. A girl wearing a Taoist robe walked out. This girl carried a sword on her back and wore a fitting long robe. Her expression was cold, and she was extremely powerful. When she saw the girl, that coldness gradually disappeared, and her eyes were filled with a hint of affection. Who is this man? She looked at the white-haired man supported by Feng Mo Yang and asked, her voice filled with coldness and killing intent. Honored teacher, it's like this. The girl hurriedly explained, and the girl kept listening. Her eyes flashed slightly as she sized up the white-haired man. He's only an initial stage King Cosmos giant god. With such strength, he dares to casually barge into Longevity Mountain? Furthermore, there's a trace of Buddha energy in his body, but it's gradually dissipating. Her expression softened. The main reason was that this white-haired man was very weak. To her, he wasn't a threat at all. In fact, even when placed in the Taoist temple, his strength was at the bottom. Honor teacher, didn't you say before that everything has a reason? I met him, and perhaps this is the reason. Hence, I want to wait for him to wake up. The girl smiled at the girl. When did you become so kind-hearted? The girl scolded with a smile. But he's not strong enough to be a threat. Fine, let's leave him in the small house outside the Taoist temple. When he wakes up, we'll send him away. Remember, he's not allowed to enter the Taoist temple. The rules can't be broken, understand? I know that honored teacher is the best to me. The girl immediately acted coquettishly. She kept shaking the girl's hand, leaving the girl helpless. After a long time, she brought the man to a small courtyard far away from the Taoist temple. After putting him down, she smiled. Why hasn't he woken up after so long? Could he be injured? Mo Yang, didn't your master say that he's not injured? There's only Buddhist power in his body and it's gradually dissipating. But he has Buddhist power. Could it be that he's from Buddha or White Mountain? There were many young girls around Feng Moyang, and they were all chattering away. Not necessarily. Feng Moyang shook his head. I heard that many powerful gods from the primal chaos realm have entered the Tao Pagoda. Maybe he came from the Tao Pagoda. Tao Pagoda? The young ladies gasped and said, I heard that it's a place where gods fight each other. As long as the gods of the primal chaos realm finish their apprenticeship, they can enter the primal chaos realm and obtain the Tao realm universe. Yes, the primal chaos realm has been around for many years. I heard from your master that this universe will collapse in at most 300 million years. At that time, the Tao realm will become the next great universe. Therefore, whoever obtains the Tao realm will have half a foot in the sovereign realm. I heard that too. It's a pity that we're not qualified to finish our apprenticeship. Also, I heard from your master that the Tao Pagoda is very cruel. Many people who finish their apprenticeship will die once they enter. But he's only an initial stage King Cosmos giant god. How can he challenge the Tao Pagoda? The young ladies spoke one after another. Moyang. At this time, a young lady suddenly looked at Feng Moyang and said. Feng Moyang also looked at the young lady curiously and asked, What's the matter, Huan Ling? That Hua Jichu doesn't pester you all the time, does he? He even used the name of his sect to form a marriage alliance with you. You can use him to help. Tell the public that this man is your fiancé, and Hua Jichu will leave on his own. The young lady called Huan Ling took a step forward and whispered in Feng Moyang's ear. That's not good. Feng Moyang frowned. You've already escaped to Longevity Mountain. What's not good about that? Don't tell me you want to marry Hua Jichu? Huan Ling asked. Feng Moyang immediately shook her head, but her expression was still full of hesitation. I know you're kind and are afraid of implicating this man. But this man came from the Tao Pagoda. If something happens, he can just return to the Tao Pagoda. Besides, Hua Jichu has an extraordinary background. He won't be able to act against this man. If he does, he won't have any face. How about this? If you can't bear it, then let your teacher come out and talk to him. Huan Ling finally suggested. Hearing this, Feng Moyang finally nodded. In fact, she also hated that Hua Jichu. She looked at the sleeping white-haired man and thought to herself, at worst, I'll compensate you in the future. After another round of conversation, the young lady's curiosity was finally exhausted. They left in 2s and 3s, leaving only Lin Ling lying on the bed in the room. 2 hours later, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were flashing. What Taoist temple is this? Feng Moyang and Huan Ling? That girl from before is very strong. In fact, when Feng Moyang brought Lin Ling to the Taoist temple, Lin Ling had already woken up. Because he was cautious, he pretended to be injured. But he didn't expect that after he hid his aura and strength, even that powerful girl couldn't see through him. She only thought that he was an ordinary early-stage king-level universe giant god. It seems that the place I'm in is the Longevity Mountain. There's a powerful god here, so the 3 great gates of White Mountain don't dare to approach. But now, the Buddhist energy in my body is weakening. My strength will recover soon. But the 3 great gates of White Mountain must be guarding outside the Longevity Mountain. Unless I leave the Longevity Mountain and return to the Tao Pagoda. But this place seems to be very safe. I can use the relic I got from the Burning Heart Mountain to smoothly break through and then return to the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling was still lying on the bed, his eyes flashing. Then he once again used the Sword of Faith to attack the Buddhist seal in his body, cutting that power. One night passed and there weren't many Buddhist seals left in Lin Ling's body. The next day, two figures walked into the small courtyard. They were the powerful girl from yesterday and Feng Moyang. Lin Ling also sat up. At this time, there was no need to continue pretending. "You're awake." After the girl entered, she looked at Lin Ling indifferently. "Thank you for your help, senior." Lin Ling bowed slightly. His eyes looked at Feng Moyang, but his heart suddenly trembled. Yesterday, he didn't look at Feng Moyang carefully. Now that he was face to face, he realized that Feng Moyang was extremely cute. Of course, this was secondary. The most important thing was that Feng Moyang's eyes were very similar to Yu Yu's. He suddenly remembered that in the primal chaos realm, he had detected Yu Yu's soul aura, but it disappeared later. It seemed that someone had acted to block his detection. This made Lin Ling secretly angry, and grief welled up in his heart. He and Yu Yu had been childhood sweethearts for many years. They had gone through countless ups and downs together and were rarely separated. Now they were separated by life and death. Lin Ling didn't even know where they were reincarnated. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's mood couldn't help but be depressed. Chapter 5095. The woman saw Lin Ling's angry face and thought that Lin Ling was thinking about what happened before he was injured. She said indifferently, "I know you're angry, but I'm not interested in what happened to you. I'm only here for one thing." "Stop." Her voice interrupted Lin Ling's thoughts. He said indifferently, "What is it?" He felt strange. With his status and strength, how could he be qualified to help this woman? "It's very simple. I want you to set up a marriage contract with my disciple," the woman said calmly. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Set up a marriage contract? He did not hesitate at all and shook his head. When the woman saw Lin Ling's expression, she was not surprised. She continued, "I can give you treasures to help you break through. You should know that it's very difficult to break through the strength of a god. If you don't have the opportunity, you won't be able to step into the realm of a god for the rest of your life." Then she thought for a moment and said, 3 chaos stones. Chaos stones were precious treasures of the chaos realm. They were priceless. Even one was enough for the gods to fight over. "Master." Feng Moyang's expression also changed. "My disciple has been forced into a marriage contract. However, she hasn't agreed yet. However, the other party has a powerful background and will definitely not let it go. That's why I need your help. As long as you agree, the 3 chaos stones will be yours. Moreover, I'll let you cultivate in the temple for 100 years and comprehend the laws of the universe." The woman waved her hand at Feng Moyang, stopping her from speaking. When Feng Moyang heard her master's words, she was in a daze. When she thought of the man who was pestering her, waves of sorrow rose in her heart. She was the most powerful and free god who yearned for the universe. She did not want to sacrifice herself for the sake of her race's strength. Lin Ling listened quietly to the woman's words. His expression gradually turned cold. It was impossible for him to be engaged to a woman he did not know. How could he let Yu down? Let down the woman who once loved him down? The woman kept staring at Lin Ling. When she saw that Lin Ling was unmoved, anger rose in her heart. With her strength, taking the initiative to beg this man should be grateful. Moreover, it was only a fake marriage. This man did not have to pay anything. On the contrary, she had given him precious chaos stones. 5. The woman gritted her teeth and said again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not listen to a single word. He wanted to turn around and leave, but when he looked at Feng Moyang, a ripple suddenly appeared in his heart. They were too alike. Feng Moyang's eyes were too similar to Yu Yu's. Both of them were pure and couldn't bear to hurt others. However, Lin Ling was very sure that Feng Moyang wasn't Yu Yu. After all, at such a close distance, if Feng Moyang was Yu Yu, how could he not detect it? "All right, I promise you." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally decided. He really couldn't resist that kind of gaze. It was as if Yu was begging him for help. That's great. The woman's heart finally relaxed. She coldly said, "Don't worry, as long as this marriage is spread out, your mission will be completed. Our temple will also ensure your safety. As for the 5 chaos stones you want, I will give them to you now." After saying this, the woman handed over a bag. Inside were 5 multicolored stones. These stones not only contained powerful strength but also contained the great laws of the universe. Lin Ling did not pick them up, but his soul force probed them. Within these 5 stones, there was grand mist aura. From another perspective, this kind of precious stone was comparable to any city in the city of myriad gods. When? Lin Ling asked. 3 days from now. Although the woman was happy that this matter had been resolved, she was also secretly complaining about Lin Ling raising the price. She guessed that this white-haired man's refusal was not for any other reason but because the treasures offered were not enough. This kind of despicable person who raised the price on the spot was the most despicable. The woman did not say anything more and left with Feng Moyong. Too similar. I, Lin Ling, have seen countless women, but this is the first time I've seen a woman who resembles Yu so much. But where is Yu? This primal chaos realm is so big. How can I find her? Perhaps I should find out what kind of world the primal chaos realm is. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. The longing suppressed in his heart, for some reason, became stronger and stronger. Perhaps today he had seen a woman who was too similar to Yu. He stood there quietly, ignoring the chaos stones left behind by the woman. To him, the chaos stones might be precious, but this was not the main reason why he stayed behind to help. No matter how precious the treasure was, it could never compare to the feelings he had for Yu. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and placed the 5 chaos stones in a corner of the room. He did not touch them. The Buddhist imprint in my body is getting weaker and weaker. The seal is about to be broken. And I have quite a number of relics. I reckon I can break through to the middle stage of the king-level cosmos giant god realm. Since I've promised her, I'll make use of this time to improve my strength. Lin Ling kept borrowing the power of faith to break the seal in his body. On the other side, in the Taoist temple, the woman floated up and sat cross-legged. Rays of 5-colored light floated out from her body. In front of her, a large number of women sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. They were comprehending the great Tao that the woman had imparted. Their understanding of the universe gradually deepened. After a long time, the woman opened her eyes and smiled. All right, this cultivation will end here. Today, I have something to tell everyone. In 3 days, Moyong will be married to that man. This matter must be spread. The more people know, the better. This way, that Hua Jichu will know how difficult it is and retreat. Teacher, we don't even know his name, and you're letting him marry junior sister Moyong just like that? A disciple laughed. Furthermore, even though it's his fortune to be able to fake a marriage with junior sister Moyong, it's still a marriage. This seems a little unfair to him. Hearing this, Feng Moyong frowned. She felt that she owed that white-haired man. Lanning, you're thinking too much. Even though that man isn't a heinous person, he's not an honorable person either. Did you know that your teacher gave him chaos stones? The woman smiled. The disciples were in an uproar. So it was money. The woman who had previously felt injustice for Lin Ling no longer cared. Who would have thought that the white-haired man, who seemed steady, was actually a greedy person? Furthermore, I gave him 3 chaos stones at the start, but he didn't want them. The woman continued. 3? Teacher, you're too generous. The disciples were in an uproar again. It's not just 3. Now it's 5. His greed is insatiable. At first, when I asked for 3, he refused. I thought he was a man of principle. In the end, when I asked for 5, he immediately agreed. The woman snorted coldly. I couldn't tell that he was so cold. He's actually so greedy. I was wrong about him. The female disciples had looks of disdain on their faces. At first, Feng Moyong felt that she owed that man, but after hearing your teacher's words, she gradually came to accept it. So he's here for the money. Furthermore, he's very greedy. He actually wants 5 chaos stones. Chapter 5096. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this fake marriage. Do you understand? The woman exhorted the disciples once more. Yes, Master. The disciples replied. 3 days passed quietly. Today was the day of Feng Moyang's wedding. Although it wasn't very grand, at least the men and women in the Taoist temple knew about it. Why is Feng Moyang married? Could it be that she deliberately put on a show to get rid of Hua Jichu? Probably not. Feng Moyang is from the Nuwa clan. She wouldn't do such a dishonorable thing. But I heard that when Feng Moyang met that man, she was taking a bath and was taken advantage of by that man. She had no choice but to marry him in the end. Scum, hooligan, beast. A good goddess was actually snatched away by him. I'm so angry. That's nothing. I heard that man is very lecherous. He even looks at the female disciples on Martial Uncle's side. Sigh, I envy him. Waves of rumors spread out in the Taoist temple. As the person involved, Lin Ling didn't know at all. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. After all, he wouldn't be staying here for long. Instead, during these 3 days, he secretly investigated with his soul power. Through the conversations of the disciples in the Taoist temple, he found out that this was Longevity Mountain. There were countless Taoist temples, and it was the territory of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. Lin Ling had heard of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. If he remembered correctly, this was the ancient god who had planted the ginseng fruit. No wonder Dipankara Buddha didn't dare to come close. It turned out that he was also afraid of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that there were 8 ancient gods in the Chaos Realm. They had divided the Chaos Realm and no one dared to provoke them. Among the 8 gods, one of them was Patriarch Subhuti. Little Kunlun has always been with Patriarch Subhuti. I wonder how he is now. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, he still hadn't found any news about Yu. This made him very anxious and helpless. Hey, are you awake? At this time, a voice came from outside the room. Lin Ling packed up and walked out. He knew that today was the day of the fake marriage. After walking out, he immediately saw Feng Moyang and a few women standing there. Those women were looking at him with disdain. Feng Moyang was still all right, she couldn't be said to be disdainful, but her attitude was somewhat cold. I'm ready. Lin Ling didn't care about their opinions. What's your name? Only then did Feng Moyang look at Lin Ling. However, after exchanging glances with Lin Ling, her heart inexplicably trembled. Originally, she looked down on Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling was just a greedy person. However, after meeting Lin Ling's eyes, her emotions were quietly affected. In the white-haired man's eyes, she could vaguely see a trace of sadness and longing. Furthermore, she realized that the white-haired man's gaze towards her was very clean, so clean that not a single speck of dust could be seen. Lin Ling. Lin Ling said bluntly. When he saw Feng Moyang's gaze again, he knew that it was difficult for him to reject this young lady. Forget it, just treat it as taking someone's money and helping them avoid disaster. Lin Ling? The name is quite nice, but I didn't expect his personality to be so greedy. The female disciples started chattering again and brought Lin Ling out of the small courtyard. On the way out, they met people who looked at them strangely. After Lin Ling and the rest walked far away, whispers filled with mockery and ridicule floated over. These words were nothing more than how Lin Ling took advantage of the situation. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. He didn't expect that just helping out would turn out like this. He didn't pay much attention to it and followed the crowd into the Taoist temple. At this moment, there were many experts sitting in the Taoist temple. Their strength was unfathomable. Even if Lin Ling used his full strength, he felt that he wouldn't be able to win. These people were sizing up Lin Ling as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still had the Buddhist imprint on his body. In addition to the strength of Lin Ling's fleshly body, his soul force was hidden and couldn't be detected at all. Thus, all the experts thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary early-stage cosmos giant god. Where did your teacher come from? Is there anyone in your family? A white-haired old man asked. Lin Ling originally wanted to say Patriarch Subhuti, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up. Although Patriarch Subhuti had helped him several times, he had never personally accepted him as a disciple. I came from the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling said. Dao Pagoda? You don't have a teacher, right? Well, today you and Feng Moyang are getting married. Your elder will be her revered teacher. The white-haired old man said. Lin Ling nodded. To him, this was just a fake marriage. It was fine as long as he put on an act. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't object, they followed the set of rules and got married. Finally, they became husband and wife, becoming Dao companions. The entire Taoist temple became lively. After a long time, Lin Ling was sent to the bridal chamber by the crowd. However, before entering the bridal chamber, Lin Ling heard the woman's threat, telling Lin Ling not to make the act real. Lin Ling didn't reply to her. Even if it was a real act, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't do it. Not to mention that Lin Ling was just taking someone's money to eliminate a disaster for them. The two entered the jubilant room. Lin Ling swept his gaze around and found that the rules were no different from a mortal's marriage. Then, he looked at Feng Moyang and found that she seemed to be very nervous. In fact, Feng Moyang was indeed very nervous. Although she knew that this was a fake marriage, if this Lin Ling made an excessive request, should she refuse? According to her original intention, this should be refused. However, she didn't know why she couldn't open her mouth. Moreover, even if they continued to put on an act, they should at least share a bed. Who knows if Lin Ling would make a move on her halfway? You sleep in the room, I'll be in the hall. Without waiting for Feng Moyang to speak, Lin Ling left the room, leaving Feng Moyang standing there in a daze. Originally, Feng Moyang had thought of an excuse to reject Lin Ling. In the end, Lin Ling was even more clean than her and took the initiative to leave. Could it be that she had always wronged him? Or could it be that he really came for money and didn't care about women? With complicated thoughts, Feng Moyang lay down on the bed. Her mood was very complicated. She felt a sense of relief and some guilt. Of course, she also felt more carefree. Niece Feng. But at this moment, a voice came from outside the small courtyard, causing Feng Moyang's expression to change. She quickly took off her phoenix robe and changed into her resting clothes. She wanted to go out and explain. However, the door to the small courtyard was already opened. What's the matter? My wife is now asleep. If there's nothing important, please don't disturb us. It was Lin Ling's voice. An old man stood outside the door. At this moment, he looked surprised. Then he smiled and said, Nothing. I just heard that niece Feng has gotten married and came late to congratulate you. That's why I came to congratulate you. Thank you. Now that the congratulations are over, Senior can leave. After all, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. I think Senior can understand us. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Understood, I understand. The old man laughed heartily. After congratulating Lin Ling, he swaggered away. Chapter 5097. After entering the mansion, Lin Ling once again sat down in the main hall. In the room, Feng Moyang felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She knew that the old man from before was one of Hua Jichu's men. In order to determine whether or not she was married, he had come to investigate. However, she did not expect that Lin Ling would actually do better than her and take the initiative to smooth things over for her. With this thought in mind, Feng Moyang gradually fell asleep in a daze. In the main hall, Lin Ling was still attacking the Buddhist seal in his body. In fact, in the past 3 days, the Buddhist seal had already been attacked by him. However, in order to not be detected, he still left a little behind. Now that the marriage had been settled, there was no need to keep it anymore. A feeling of his soul being torn apart came over him. The Buddhist seal had been completely broken. Lin Ling finally let out a light breath. At this moment, in the 3 great divine gates of White Mountain, a huge white jade statue of a Buddha sat on the ground. Around it, there were tens of thousands of Buddhas silently chanting Buddhist scriptures. However, at this moment, the great Buddha opened his eyes. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. Amitabha, this Lin Ling really escaped from my Buddhist seal. He was the White Mountain Great Buddha. He could sense the disappearance of the Buddhist seal. Right now, Lin Ling is probably still in the 10,000 Years Mountain. We can't casually approach that area. We can only watch him disappear. In the sky, an old man appeared. He was riding a green lion and had a kind smile on his face. He was one of the strongest Buddhist gods in the three great divine gates of White Mountain, Burning Heart Ancient Buddha. On the other side, an old man whose entire body was shining with golden light appeared. It was the Supreme Lamp Heart Great Golden Buddha. He held a lamp heart in his palm. The lamp heart was burning and emitting a gentle light. At a glance, one could tell that it was a supreme treasure. Before, if he had brought the Buddhist seal into the Dao Tower, we could have used it to enter the Dao Tower and capture Lin Ling alive. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would not have gone to the Dao Tower and missed such a good opportunity. Perhaps, someone in the Chaos Realm is helping him. The Golden Buddha holding the heart of the lamp smiled faintly. Dipankara Buddha said that Sage of Many Treasures was also taken away by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling has 3 world will host bodies, Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and Longyang. Therefore, we must capture Lin Ling no matter what. As long as we capture Lin Ling, we will be able to capture the 5 world will host bodies. Great Buddha Baishan said indifferently. The 9 great world will hosts are all growing at a crazy rate. One of them has been devoured by Lin Ling. Only the great god of Spirit Nation, the Taoist of Many Treasures, and the strongest Tong Tian are left. Among all the world will hosts, Lin Ling is ranked 3rd. He is the key. The other strongest Buddhas and gods nodded. At the same time, in the Supreme Taoist Temple of Longevity Mountain, Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. The moment the Buddha's seal disappeared, he could sense that someone was spying on him. However, this spying was very brief and disappeared after a moment. The grudge between me and Dipankara Buddha is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that I will be in more danger in the Tao Pagoda. Fortunately, Dipankara Buddha is not the strongest in the Chaos Realm. There are still a few sovereigns suppressing him, making him unable to deal with me. Lin Ling closed his eyes again. He did not choose to break through. After all, this place was not suitable for the time being. After entering Lin Ling universe, he saw Sage of Many Treasures. Lin Ling, are you okay? When Sage of Many Treasures saw Lin Ling, he was obviously very excited. Lin Ling roughly told him what had happened. When he heard that the Solar God race had helped Lin Ling, Sage of Many Treasures was obviously shocked. However, when he learned that Lin Ling was doing well in Longevity Mountain, he was finally relieved. Tell the Yellow Emperor and the others to be careful of the people from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. If they have the chance, they should enter the 4th level because the 3 divine gates of White Mountain will probably let people enter the 3rd level. I'm afraid that they will go straight for the Yellow Emperor and the others. Lin Ling warned. I'm still in the Chaos Realm for the time being. After I break through, I will leave. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ling also left. Now, it was difficult to stay on the 3rd level because the Yellow Emperor and the others had been exposed. Only by entering the 4th level would they be safe. At that time, it would take a long time for the 3 divine gates of White Mountain to find them. However, the experts on the 4th level were as common as clouds. There were probably many great gods of the Chaos Realm inside. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was only average. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to break through in the Chaos Realm and then return to the Tao Pagoda. Early the next morning, Feng Moyang walked out of her room. When she saw Lin Ling cultivating in the hall for the entire night, she suddenly felt a little guilty. How long will this marriage last? Lin Ling looked at Feng Moyang and said. Feng Moyang was originally feeling a little guilty, but when she heard Lin Ling's words, she didn't know why, but anger rose in her heart. She wanted to make up for it, but in the end, this person saw the marriage as a business transaction and was waiting to leave. Don't worry, when this matter reaches Hua Jichu, you can leave. Feng Moyang said coldly. Lin Ling nodded and walked out of the hall. Since it's a marriage according to the rules of mortals, you should also eat according to the rules of mortals. What do you want to eat? Hearing this, Feng Moyang was stunned for a moment and said unhappily, whatever. Speaking of eating, she hadn't tried it for many years and had almost forgotten the taste. However, she obviously didn't care much about it. She sat quietly in the hall and looked around. Suddenly, she felt a little emotional. Although every woman yearned for a wedding, she didn't expect that her wedding would be spent with a strange man in order to escape from Huajichu. Although this was a fake marriage, when she thought about it, there was still a strange feeling. At this moment, a fragrance came. It had the smell of wheat and it made one's appetite rise. She immediately looked up and saw Lin Ling walking in with a pot of porridge. At the same time, he put down the bowl and chopsticks on the table. After filling a bowl for himself, he began to eat. How rude! Seeing that Lin Ling was only eating her own food, Feng Moyang was immediately unhappy. She looked at the porridge on the table with disdain and said coldly, "This kind of mortal food will definitely affect the cultivation in my body after swallowing it. I won't eat it even if you beat me to death." Voila! Lin Ling continued to eat the porridge, ignoring her. In fact, it was Lin Ling who wanted to eat it. After all, ever since he died and was resurrected, he hadn't eaten mortal delicacies for many years. Especially when he was in the underworld, he was wholeheartedly thinking about revenge. Occasionally, he would think about the wine he drank and the delicacies he ate when he was alive. This made him forget to go back. Perhaps, delicacies and wine were symbols that proved that he was still alive. I often eat delicacies and occasionally eat some porridge. It feels good. Lin Ling was extremely satisfied with the porridge he cooked. After drinking 3 big bowls, he left. "Where are you going?" Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Feng Moyang couldn't help but ask. "I'm just walking around." Lin Ling replied, "Eat the porridge while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold." Dream on, even if you beat me to death, I won't eat mortal food. Chapter 5098. Feng Moyang sat alone in the hall, feeling bored. She stared at the porridge on the table and frowned, muttering to herself, "I'll just try a mouthful. This thing without any spiritual energy definitely won't taste good." She scooped up a bowl of porridge and tasted it. Her expression changed instantly, revealing a happy smile. So fragrant. Rumble. She immediately ate 3 big bowls, eating until her stomach was round. In the chaos realm, the gods only ate heavenly treasures. How could they know how to cook? To the gods, cooking was simply a waste of time. Therefore, Feng Moyang rarely ate such things. Her impression of good food was also very ordinary. This was the first time she had eaten something so delicious. I didn't expect this greedy guy to cook so well. She stared outside the door and muttered to herself. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking around the Taoist temple. Finally, he stood at the edge of a cliff and looked into the distance. Layers upon layers of majestic mountains appeared before his eyes. There were also countless Taoist temples hidden within these mountains. There are many Taoist temples in the Longevity Mountain. Lin Ling muttered to himself. "Lin Ling, I've promised you that I'll help you break through to the next level. Now, go and look for Uncle Master Gua. Just follow that path. However, you only have one chance. Whether you can break through will depend on your luck." At this moment, a voice came from behind. It was Feng Moyang's master. "Martial Uncle Gua?" Lin Ling frowned slightly. The woman said proudly, "That's right. Martial Uncle Gua is formed from a ginseng fruit. His universe can allow gods to break through. With the 5 chaos stones I gave you, your chances of breaking through will be as high as 60%. If you can't even break through, then you'll be dead. If you can't break through, then I can only say that this is your fate." With that, the woman turned and left. Lin Ling didn't care about her attitude. He walked in the direction the woman pointed. Soon, he saw a garden filled with all kinds of strange plants. There were so many of them that it was as if they had accumulated the primal chaos realm. Tao realm. They were like plants that were billions of years old. The gate to the garden was open. Lin Ling saw this and shouted a few times at the gate. Seeing that there was no response, he walked into the garden. As soon as he entered, Lin Ling sensed a mysterious aura permeating over. It was the power of the universe. Moreover, this great cosmos was clearly different. It had no offensive or defensive power. It was a very pure great cosmos law. For example, a country was like the universe, and its attack and defense were its soldiers. However, the country that Lin Ling encountered now had no soldiers, only plants that supported the country's finances. It had to be said that this country was overflowing with wealth, causing the people in the country to live very comfortably. What a strange universe! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If his Lin Ling universe also had these laws, then the entire universe would be greatly improved. Although its offensive and defensive power wouldn't change, the cultivation speed of the gods in the universe would be much faster. More heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be born. Hee, it's Lin Ling, right? I was also at the wedding yesterday. I saw you. At that moment, an old man dressed like a farmer walked over. He was carrying a hoe and had a towel hanging around his neck. He looked sweaty. Senior, Feng Muyang's master asked me to come. Lin Ling said, I know. She told me to help you break through as much as possible. Come, follow my instructions and enter my great cosmos. The old man laughed, looking very easy to talk to. However, it wasn't difficult for Lin Ling to break through. He didn't come here to break through. Senior, other than helping people break through, is there anything else here? Lin Ling asked. You're afraid that you can't break through, right? I heard that Feng Muyang gave you 5 chaos stones as dowry. With this dowry and my great cosmos law, breaking through isn't difficult at all. Don't worry. The old man thought that Lin Ling wasn't confident in breaking through. No, senior. I want to see the great cosmos law here. Lin Ling said. See my great cosmos law? Lin Ling, it's not that you can't see it. In fact, everyone in the Taoist temple has the opportunity to see it. However, if you see it, you'll miss the opportunity to break through. You have to think carefully about the disadvantages. Moreover, your wife Feng Muyang is a disciple of the Taoist temple, but you don't count. According to the rules, if you want to see my garden's great cosmos law, you have to do something. The old man stopped smiling and said lightly, Senior, please speak frankly. Let me think. Forget it. I can't think of any test at the moment. Then tell me, what is this plant of mine? The old man casually pointed at a vine to test Lin Ling. If Lin Ling couldn't answer, he would have an excuse to reject Lin Ling. It wasn't difficult for him to help Lin Ling break through, but to let Lin Ling comprehend his great cosmos law was against the rules. Lin Ling immediately looked at where the old man was pointing and realized that it was a vine. Moreover, this vine looked very familiar. Then, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Wasn't this vine little Kunlun? Of course, this vine was obviously much younger than little Kunlun. It should be in the stage of growth. This is little Kunlun. After it grows up, it will often emit Kunlun sounds. Lin Ling said. What? The old man's eyes widened. This Lin Ling knew this vine? Its name is Kunlun Divine Wood. Lin Ling said again. How do you know? The old man suddenly shouted. This kind of Kunlun Divine Wood, not to mention the Tao Pagoda, even in the most ancient chaotic realm, there were not many. He had only obtained one by luck, and he thought it would be enough to stump Lin Ling. But who knew that Lin Ling knew it clearly? This kind of thing could be said to be 1 in a billion. Senior, I know it because of a friend of mine. He is Kunlun Divine Wood. Lin Ling didn't hide it. The old man looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a monster, and said in disbelief, ever since the world's will was destroyed, there are no more than 3 Kunlun Divine Woods in the entire universe. I only have 1 in the Chaos realm, and perhaps there is 1 in the Tao realm. Your friend actually has 1 as well? Where was your friend born? In my hometown. So that's how it is. It's probably due to luck that a seed survived in another realm. However, even if the Kunlun Divine Tree sprouted, it would be extremely difficult for it to grow. Tell me honestly, have you always brought your friend with you? Senior, you're right. No wonder. Because your friend didn't grow with the help of the universe's spiritual chi, but with the spiritual chi that you emitted from time to time. I can see that your relationship is very good. Based on how you treat him, I will treat you as a friend. After all, I am transformed from a ginseng fruit, and am also a plant. The old man had a good impression of Lin Ling suddenly. He seemed to think of something. Is your friend in the Chaos realm now? If so, I have seen him at the Bodhi Celestial Cave. Chapter 5099. Don't worry, he's fine. He's already transformed into a human and is very powerful. The old man laughed. To tell you the truth, you're only half a member of the Supreme Taoist Temple. You're not qualified to comprehend my universal laws. However, you're a friend of little Kunlun, so you're my friend. I'll allow you to comprehend them. Thank you. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. Lin Ling was overjoyed. Follow me. Next, the old man led Lin Ling forward and came to a corner of the garden. There was a huge ancient tree planted on the ground. The ancient tree was verdant and lush, and its leaves were shaped like a palm. It was very strange. However, under the ancient tree, Lin Ling could feel the rich spiritual energy rushing toward him, making him feel very comfortable. Then, Lin Ling realized that the aftereffects of his body from the battle were also quietly recovering. The bodies of gods were very strong. Even if there were any aftereffects, they would be able to recover after a long time, unless it was a chronic disease. However, this kind of chronic disease would not affect the gods much. After all, gods were much more powerful than warriors. They had the power to change fate and create worlds. They were like a big universe. The flaws of the universe were naturally not important. But now, under the ancient tree, the chronic disease was recovering. It was very miraculous. One had to know that not even Pangu bodies could do such a thing. Senior, Lin Ling looked up at the ancient tree above him. Lin Ling, don't call me Senior. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Gua. The old man laughed and looked up. To tell you the truth, this is a ginseng fruit tree. Ginseng fruit. Lin Ling's eyes widened. Naturally, he had heard of this precious fruit. According to legend, even an ordinary person could extend their lifespan by just smelling it. If they took a bite, they would probably live as long as the heavens and earth. Of course, this was only for mortals. For gods, their lifespan would only be longer. After all, a mortal's lifespan was very long, but a god's lifespan was just a period of secluded cultivation. This ginseng fruit tree is actually not a real ginseng fruit tree. It grew from a sapling and then accumulated countless universal laws. A real ginseng fruit tree is a big universe of its own and does not rely on external forces to grow. It's here. The old man suddenly sighed and looked into the distance. In the entire chaotic realm, no, in the entire universe, there is only one real ginseng fruit. This one is also in the hands of the Earth immortal ancestor. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, you know a lot of things. That's right, the real ginseng fruit tree is in the hands of the earthly immortal ancestor. This earthly immortal ancestor is the ancestor of all creatures. Like me, little Kunlun would be easily controlled by him. Zizi is easy to talk to. Normally he won't attack us. Moreover, in his Taoist temple, there are many ginseng fruits that have turned into humans, and now they have all entered the Tao Pagoda. The old man laughed. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He had always been curious about what kind of experts were on the 4th and 5th floors of the Tao Pagoda. After all, he had a rough idea of the strength of Tao realm gods. Overall, there were very few who were stronger than him. Now, it seemed that ancient gods had entered the chaotic realm. When the worlds will destroyed the world, there were actually some gods who did not die. These gods are all in the chaotic realm. The old man said. Lin Ling nodded. It was no wonder that the gods of the chaos realm were stronger. After all, in terms of time, they had cultivated longer than others. Go, meditate under the ginseng fruit tree. You can meditate as much as you can. Don't be afraid of the Supreme Taoist Temple's opinion because this is what I want you to meditate. It has nothing to do with the Taoist Temple. Thank you, Brother Gua. Don't mention it. Your friend is the Kunlun Divine Tree, which is equivalent to my friend. After a while, Lin Ling sat cross-legged under the ginseng fruit tree and began meditating. Voila! As soon as he sat down, Lin Ling sensed that his surroundings had changed. The sky had disappeared, and the earth had disappeared. All that was left was a universe that looked like a starry sky. And in this universe, a huge ancient tree was floating there, swaying slightly and rustling. He looked up and saw that in the big tree, sparkling lights were flickering like stars. What a huge universe! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. His soul force spread out, and around his body, there was a faint mist. This was because Lin Ling was also releasing his own Lin Ling universe. Vaguely, Lin Ling could detect countless faces floating in front of him. There was Yu Yu, Ancestor Din, his mother Moon Yenshin, the Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, and too many. These faces seemed to be inextricably linked to Lin Ling. They were constantly connected, like a great law of the universe, and also like fate. Lin Ling vaguely understood something, but when he thought about it carefully, he still felt confused. These faces seemed to be saying that Lin Ling was a person in the universe, and that they could appear there was actually inextricably linked to Lin Ling. While Lin Ling was comprehending, his Lin Ling universe's laws were constantly improving. Fellow cultivator Lin Ling is comprehending the great laws of the universe. His comprehension speed is indeed faster than ours. In the void, Lin Ling's doppelgangers appeared. They smiled and began to absorb the great laws of the universe that Lin Ling comprehended. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, Lin Ling felt that the ancient tree in front of him disappeared, and all the star-like sparkling lights disappeared. A smiling face appeared in front of him. It was Brother Gua. Lin Ling, you've been comprehending for 3 days. It's time to go back and take a look. That little girl Wei Yang will scold me to death if she stays alone in an empty room. So he was interrupted by Brother Gua. Lin Ling's face was gloomy. He wanted to say that his marriage with Feng Moyang was just a fake one, but he held it in. Since Brother Gua didn't know, it meant that Feng Moyang didn't want too many people to know about the fake marriage. Okay, thank you, Brother Gua. Since he was interrupted, Lin Ling stood up, chatted with Brother Gua for a while, and then left. On the way to the small courtyard, Lin Ling could feel a lot of eyes pointing at him. It's him, that despicable man. He got close to Feng Moyang and used the opportunity to enter the Supreme Taoist Temple. Despicable man, I really want to teach him a lesson. In the Taoist Temple, other than the women, there were many men, and their faces were filled with jealousy. Among the crowd, a skinny man stared coldly at Lin Ling and thought to himself, "Young Master Hua asked me to investigate him, but no matter how I looked, this kid's background is very ordinary. Moreover, he's cohabiting with Feng Moyang, even if it's a fake marriage. Do you still dare to ask for it?" Chapter 5100. You're back. Seeing Lin Ling's return, Feng Moyang's eyes were filled with resentment. She felt that Lin Ling had been gone for too long, but she wasn't willful, so she didn't mind it. Where did you go? Feng Moyang asked. I went to Elder Gua's place. Your master asked me to go. Lin Ling said honestly. Feng Moyang immediately sized up Lin Ling and sighed. Your aptitude is really bad. You're still at the early stage of the universe giant god. If it was someone else, they would have broken through with Elder Gua's garden. Forget it, I'll find time to talk to Elder Gua. I'll give you a chance to comprehend again. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head secretly and didn't explain anything. What's with your expression? Can't you say thank you? Elder Gua only allowed you to comprehend in the garden because of my master. After all, not everyone has the chance to enter even if you're a disciple of the Taoist temple. Feng Moyang was dissatisfied. Lin Ling opened his mouth. He wanted to say that he didn't comprehend in Elder Gua's place because of Feng Moyang's master, but because he and Elder Gua felt like old friends at first sight, thus forming a friendship. However, he didn't say anything in the end and went back to cooking. To him, he was going to live a fake life anyway, so he might as well live like a mortal. This way, he could improve his state of mind. I'm going to cultivate in the afternoon and break through. Feng Moyang said unhappily when she saw Lin Ling leave just like that. I know. Lin Ling nodded and went back to cooking porridge. Thinking that Feng Moyang was about to break through, he added some rare treasures in the porridge. Some of these treasures were from Lin Ling's personal collection, and some were given by Elder Gua. Feng Moyang saw Lin Ling's indifferent expression and became even angrier. She sat there sulking for a long time and finally sighed softly. Forget it, why should I be angry with him? When Hua Jichu receives the news, he and I will be separated. We will never see each other again. It doesn't matter. She wanted to cultivate, but the fragrance of rice suddenly wafted over, causing her to subconsciously lick her lips. Last time, she had eaten all of Lin Ling's porridge. After not eating for 3 days, she was secretly craving for it. Now that she smelled this fragrance, how could she endure it? After a while, Lin Ling came back with a pot of porridge. He put it on the table and filled a bowl for himself. Then he started eating. This arrogant fart, eating by himself and not calling me. Looking at Lin Ling, Feng Moyang was so angry that she secretly stomped her feet. Originally, Lin Ling didn't ask her to eat, and she was too lazy to eat. She couldn't be looked down upon by others. But in the end, he couldn't hold back his craving for food. He also sat down, filled his own bowl with the fragrant porridge, and began to eat happily. Lin Ling immediately raised his head with a strange expression. "Didn't you say that it wouldn't be too late for my porridge even if you beat me to death? Also, this porridge is a mortal's food. Eating it will affect one's cultivation. Why are you eating it too?" Obviously, he didn't know that Feng Moyang had drunk all of his porridge after he left last time. "You!" Feng Moyang was so angry that she pouted her small mouth and said, "Why do you care? Also, this courtyard is mine, the divine rice you found is also mine, even this pot is mine, why can't I eat it? I want to eat it and I want to eat it all. As long as you're happy." Lin Ling was speechless. He didn't object to Feng Moyang eating, he was just curious for a moment. Moreover, other than Feng Moyang's rice, he, Lin Ling, also provided a lot of universe-level spirit herbs. Was it more precious than the divine rice? However, ripples also appeared in his heart because Feng Moyang's tone and temperament were too similar to Yuyu's. Back then, Lin Ling was fighting outside, but when he was free, he would stay at home and accompany his family. At that time, it was the same as now, eating mortal food and living an ordinary life. It was a different taste. Perhaps, Lin Ling had experienced too many life and death situations outside, so he knew that ordinary life was real. Thinking of this, Lin Ling finished the bowl of porridge in his hand and then entered the hall. "I'm full, you eat slowly." At this moment, Lin Ling obviously missed Yuyu, but the more he missed her, the more painful his heart felt. Rude. Feng Moyang originally wanted to reprimand, but she sensed that Lin Ling's mood was different from usual, so she finally fell silent. She could sense that Lin Ling was filled with longing. "I always thought that he was a money grubber, but I didn't expect that he also had a lover." However, even in the chaos realm, he is still thinking of his lover. It seems that their relationship is very good. Feng Moyang suddenly became very curious. What kind of woman was hidden in Lin Ling's heart? So fragrant. Next, she didn't think too much and finished all the porridge in big mouthfuls, even licking the bottom of the pot. Only then did she smile with satisfaction. "I didn't expect that the porridge cooked by this money grubber is really good. If it's his real wife, then I can eat it every day," and looking at him, other than cooking porridge, he's also very good at cooking other things. "I really want to eat it." Feng Moyang's face was all smiles, like a little foodie. But when she thought that the two of them were just pretending to be married, she finally curled her lips and went to cultivate. On the other side, after Lin Ling entered the hall, he sat down cross-legged and quietly took out the Saraira to refine. He had already reached the edge of a breakthrough, just that he hadn't broken through yet. Although Lin Ling now had 8 dantians, and there were definitely many treasures that he needed, Lin Ling had already prepared enough Saraira. After all the Saraira in the entire Burning Heart Mountain had been plundered by him. Lin Ling held the Saraira and quietly refined it. The Chaos Godly formula was indeed the #1 technique in the universe that could refine anything. The Saraira was refined into Buddhist energy, and then converted into godly energy, constantly strengthening Lin Ling's dantian. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's 8 dantians exploded at the same time, and powerful godly energy rolled in his body, more than twice as strong as before. After breaking through, Lin Ling's godly energy also increased crazily, reaching more than 400 billion. One had to know that ordinary giant universe gods didn't have more than 4,000 godly energy. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Ling's 8 dantians were. His godly energy had increased by several times. Finally, I've broken through to the middle stage of the king-level giant universe god. Now, I'm absolutely invincible among the king-level giant universe gods. As long as it's an early-stage giant universe god in the saint level, there's probably no one who's a match for me. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. This trip to the primal chaos realm seemed to be full of danger, but his harvest was also good. He was just about to stabilize his realm when suddenly, his expression changed. He sensed that Feng Moyang was also breaking through in the room, but she seemed to have reached a critical moment and failed. Chapter 5101. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling rushed into the room. This was also the first time he entered Feng Moyang's room since their fake marriage. After entering, he saw Feng Moyang sitting on the bed with a painful expression. Her entire body was trembling slightly, as though she had reached an extremely critical moment. Seeing that expression, Lin Ling's heart trembled. Too similar to Yu. You, let me help you. Lin Ling rushed over and sat down in front of Feng Moyang. His hands activated powerful godly origin energy, helping Feng Moyang break through the barrier. However, Lin Ling had just broken through, and his realm was not stable. Now that he was fully activating his godly origin energy, it would undoubtedly have a huge impact on him. Unfortunately, in Lin Ling's eyes, the person in front of him was no longer Feng Moyang, but Yu. For Yu, he would not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. At this moment, Feng Moyang felt the godly origin energy in her body in chaos. It kept attacking everywhere, and her entire dantian felt like it was about to collapse. Her godly embryo, under the impact of the energy, was also in a mess. Feng Moyang instantly knew that she was about to fail in her breakthrough, and the price of failure was that she would not be able to break through again for the rest of her life. At the very least, she would be reduced to ashes. The breakthrough of a god was one step at a time. Once you crossed the threshold, you would be free to fly. Once you failed, the price would naturally not be small. Honorable teacher, honorable teacher. Feng Moyang shouted in her heart, hoping that her teacher could come and help. Unfortunately, he was too far away, and her honorable teacher could not hear her. Furthermore, she was too confident. The breakthrough of a middle-stage St. Cosmos giant god should be under the care of her honorable teacher. Rumble, 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 rumble. As time passed, Feng Moyang could no longer hear anything other than the deafening sound in her dantian. Furthermore, the godly origin energy in her dantian was becoming more and more chaotic, as though it was going to tear her apart. This made her realize that the aftereffects of this failed breakthrough were more terrifying than she had imagined. However, at this moment, a powerful godly origin energy suddenly rushed in like a new army, constantly suppressing the chaotic dantian and bringing it towards the same direction. And that direction was the realm. Most importantly, this powerful godly origin energy passed through her limbs and bones, making Feng Moyang extremely comfortable. Who is it? Feng Moyang was shocked and suddenly realized that in this small courtyard, other than Lin Ling, there seemed to be no one else. Could it be that Lin Ling was helping him? Feng Moyang was dumbfounded. Lin Ling was only a king-level giant universe god. How could the deity origin energy in his body be enough to help him break through to Great Kai? Even his body would be affected. If it was light, his cultivation would be damaged. If it was serious, he might even die. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation level was ultimately too low. Lin Ling, I don't need your help. Thinking of this, Feng Moyang shouted in her heart. She believes that Lin Ling must have heard it. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care at all. He controlled his divine essence to help Feng Moyang break through the barrier. With the passage of time, the vortex appeared once again. It was as if they had entered a new world. Feng Moyang broke through once more. Feng Moyang was shocked. Lin Ling's cultivation level was so low. How could he help her break through? This was impossible. She could clearly feel that Lin Ling's deity origin energy wasn't like that of a king-level giant universe god. It was more like that of a saint-level giant universe god. Could it be that he was refining treasures at the same time? Long. At this time, the breakthrough had reached the most critical moment. It was like a frozen lake with a large number of fish trying to break out of the ice. However, this thin layer of ice was no small matter. If they wanted to break through, they would need the support of an even larger amount of spiritual energy. I've just broken through, and most of the treasures on me have been used up. Damn it. At this moment, Lin Ling was constantly pouring out the deity origin energy in his body. However, he still felt that his deity origin energy wasn't enough. Although he had 8 dantians, and his deity origin energy was comparable to that of a saint-level giant universe god. But for a saint-level giant universe god to break through, the amount of spiritual energy required was 10 times or even 100 times. Now, he had very few treasures on him. He could only hold on. Peng ping peng. Time and time again he failed. Lin Ling's mouth was overflowing with blood. His 8 dantians were also in turmoil. His powerful fleshly body was about to be torn apart. However, Feng Moyang didn't feel the pain of breaking through. This was because Lin Ling was the one who helped her break through. However, she could feel what Lin Ling was enduring. Stop, I don't want to break through anymore. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Feng Moyang kept shouting in her heart. When she thought of the price Lin Ling had to pay, she couldn't bear it. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear her. He continued accumulating the remaining deity origin energy in his body and continuously breaking through the bottleneck. Finally, cracks appeared on the lakeside. Although they were small at the beginning, after the huge impact from the bottom of the lake, the cracks became bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud bang, the surface of the lake was completely broken open. All the deity origin energy rushed into the new world. A late-stage saint-level giant universe god. Feng Moyang felt her dantian expand, turning into a universe. An endless amount of energy was born. It was more than twice as strong as her previous self. At the same time, her deity origin energy was constantly being born. An unprecedented feeling of comfort flowed throughout her body. I finally succeeded. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was filled with exhaustion. However, seeing Feng Moyang successfully break through, he finally revealed a smile. I'm here. You'll be fine. He muttered to himself as he collapsed on the bed. He had used up too much of his essence, energy, and spirit. However, before he fainted, in his eyes, the young lady before him was still his childhood sweetheart, Yu. She wasn't Feng Moyang. And Feng Moyang was constantly stabilizing her realm. After an unknown period of time, she opened her eyes. Her small face was filled with excitement. Breakthrough, I finally broke through. Your teacher said that after stepping into the giant universe god realm, it's hard to break through. It's even possible to be stuck in one realm forever. However, I broke through. Feng Moyang laughed excitedly. Suddenly, she discovered that there was another person on the bed. This made her almost scream. Because ever since she was young, no one had ever slept on her bed. It's Lin Ling. However, after seeing who it was, Feng Moyang reacted. Moreover, thinking about what happened not long ago, her expression changed greatly. Lin Ling, are you all right? Lin Ling. She kept shouting, anxiously running around in circles. She wanted to find your teacher for help. I'm fine. I just need to rest. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's weak voice sounded. He gradually woke up and sat down cross-legged, recovering his chaotic deity origin energy. How can you be fine? You've lost so much blood. Moreover, how can you still have divine essence in your dantian? Feng Moyang said anxiously. She could clearly see that Lin Ling's blue and white robe had a large amount of blood stains. Moreover, there was blood on the bed too. She wanted to help Lin Ling recover. However, she didn't understand this. She was also afraid that her deity origin energy was too large and would instead bring harm to Lin Ling. In the end, she could only watch as Lin Ling recovered on his own. As she sat there quietly, she thought about many things. Suddenly, she felt somewhat moved. After all, the previous situation was extremely dangerous. If she had died, then Lin Ling might have died too. Chapter 5102. You will be fine. At this moment, a weak voice sounded, causing Feng Moyang's body to tremble. Could it be that the reason why Lin Ling helped her was because he saw her as a woman called Yu? And this wasn't the first time she heard the name Yu. Unfortunately, I'm not Yu. Feng Moyang sighed. I can sense that you love Yu very much. If there's a chance, I'll find her for you to make up for your life-saving grace. That's not right. Didn't I give him 5 chaos gems? It should be enough to help me break through. Why didn't this fellow take them out? Could it be that he's not willing to part with them? That's right. These 5 chaos gems were given to him by me. If he helped me break through, wouldn't it be the same as giving them back to me? This stingy fellow. After helping me break through with the chaos gems, it's not like I won't return them to him. How despicable! Feng Moyang cursed inwardly. If not for Lin Ling saving her at the crucial moment, she would have cursed out loud. After all, her life was in danger previously. Both of them were in danger. Was life more important than the chaos gems? She sat quietly. Seeing that Lin Ling's breathing had calmed down, she knew that Lin Ling had begun to recover. She pondered for a moment, left the room, and went to cook porridge. She had seen Lin Ling cook before, so she felt that it was very simple. This time, she would personally cook to reward this money grubber. Lin Ling's fleshly body was strong, and he had 8 dantians. At first, his dantians were all dried up, but as time passed, they gradually became moist. Luckily, my fleshly body is strong enough to not be torn apart by the chaotic god energy. Lin Ling sensed the changes in his body and finally relaxed. After a long time, Lin Ling sensed that his 8 dantians were gradually stabilizing. He finally opened his eyes. But thinking of what happened before, he felt a wave of relief. The breakthrough of a saint-level giant universe god was way beyond what he could bear. If not for Feng Moyang's help, he would have definitely failed to break through by himself. Where's Feng Moyang? Lin Ling swept his gaze across the room, but did not see Feng Moyang. Then, he got off the bed and walked out of the room. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. Given his character, he would usually be too lazy to help Feng Moyang in a situation like this. However, Feng Moyang was too similar to Yu, causing him to subconsciously help her. And Lin Ling still sighed in his heart about the life and death situation from before. However, for some reason, he did not feel any regret. Perhaps he could not watch someone who resembled Yu die in front of him. It tastes terrible. What's going on? Walking out of the hall, Lin Ling saw that in the courtyard, the young girl was busy cooking porridge. It was just that the young girl's porridge was simply terrible. She saw that the fire was too small, so she used her divine essence to ignite the fire. In the end, even the pot was burned to ashes. The next time, the girl let the fire burn on its own, but she didn't know how to add more firewood, causing the fire to go out. She finally managed to cook it once, but in the end she either added too much salt or did not add any salt. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling could not help but smile bitterly. Looks like this Feng Moyang was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She didn't even know how to cook the simplest porridge. Flowery face cat, let me do it. Lin Ling immediately walked over. You're awake. Feng Moyang seemed to have just noticed Lin Ling, then smiled happily. You're fine. Lin Ling nodded. Right, what did you call me before? Flowery face cat? I realize that you really don't know etiquette, or you don't talk much. When you talk a little more, you randomly give people flowery names. Feng Moyang said in dissatisfaction. Lin Ling did not say much. With a wave of his right hand, his divine essence turned into a mirror for Feng Moyang to see for herself, only to see that Feng Moyang's small face had long been burned black by the firewood. How did I become so ugly? Feng Moyang shouted and ran into the inner room to wash her face. After a long time, her small face was washed clean and she walked out. Her eyes stared at the back of the busy figure in the small courtyard. For some reason, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort in her heart. The back of the person cooking is actually not tall and is even somewhat thin and weak. But for some reason, it gives people a sense of security. It is as if no matter how big the wind and rain is, this back of the person will block it for her. He speaks very little and is also unsociable. After being in the Taoist temple for so long, he never communicates with others. On his body, I can sense a sense of incompatibility. Of course, there is also a kind of dullness. I have always yearned for the world of war in the Tao Pagoda. It is colorful and filled with endless battles. But I never thought that dullness is actually so beautiful. Feng Moyang sat down in the small courtyard. Her 2 small hands held her chin as she muttered. At first, she thought that Lin Ling was a very ordinary person. But the more she interacted with him, the more she found that Lin Ling had a unique charm. This charm was different from those disciples in the Taoist temple who only knew how to squawk. He was very steady and calm. It was as if he had encountered endless storms before. He is not bad, but it is a pity that he is a little too stingy, Feng Moyang said again. After a long time, Lin Ling finished cooking the porridge. He ate a few bowls and then left. Feng Moyang was also used to Lin Ling's personality of doing things his own way. She knew that Lin Ling must have gone to Elder Gui's garden, so she ignored him and continued to enjoy the fragrant porridge. And Lin Ling indeed walked towards Elder Gui's garden. But this time he was blocked. On a small path through the garden, there were few people, but there were 3 figures blocking the path. These 3 had the strength of a late-stage giant god king. But Lin Ling did not recognize these 3 people. Not intending to pay attention to them, Lin Ling wanted to take a detour and leave. But just as he turned, the 3 people blocked his path again. Lin Ling instantly knew that these 3 people came prepared. But what made him feel strange was that he did not provoke anyone in the Taoist temple, so why did these 3 people block him? Is there a problem? Lin Ling asked. Nonsense. Among the 3, a thin man said coldly, "Let me ask you, why did you marry Feng Moyang? Did you sleep together? Is it a fake marriage?" Lin Ling came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. So they had come for Feng Moyang. However, he still felt that it was very strange. After all, even though he could sense the envy of the disciples of the temple towards him, these 3 people before him were asking too many questions. They even asked if it was a fake marriage. "We have already slept together." Lin Ling said. "Really? Look at you not being honest. Let me tell you, don't think that we can't do anything to you just because Feng Moyang is supporting you. This is the Taoist temple. If we teach you a lesson, I think Feng Moyang's teacher will not say anything. She will think that you are trash." That man said coldly. "I understand." Lin Ling nodded. "Then tell us the truth." That man thought that Lin Ling was tactful. "I'm sorry. I mean, if I teach you a lesson, the Taoist temple won't say anything. Instead, they'll look down on you and think that the 3 of you are trash. That's what I understand." Lin Ling said plainly. Chapter 5103. Are you saying you want to teach us a lesson? Hearing Lin Ling's words, those youths couldn't believe their ears. Then they all burst out laughing. They were well aware of Lin Ling's strength. He was merely an early king-level universe giant god. In the Taoist temple, such strength was only at the bottom. With such strength, he wanted to teach them a lesson? They didn't realize that Lin Ling had already broken through, and his strength was on par with theirs. "Let's see how you're going to teach me a lesson." After cursing, someone attacked. His powerful godly energy transformed into a black ball of light and ruthlessly slapped at Lin Ling. A boom resounded, and the light was incomparably dazzling. "Brat, now you know what you're capable of." After attacking, that man said coldly. However, when the light dissipated, he discovered that Lin Ling was actually standing there unscathed. Unscathed? One had to know that he had more than 4,000 godly energy. How could an early-stage universe giant god block his attack? "Come at me together." At this time, Lin Ling said indifferently. His fleshly body was tyrannical, so it wasn't difficult for him to resist the attacks of these middle-stage universe giant gods. "What's going on? Damn it, let's attack together." Those few people looked at each other, and all of them erupted with powerful divine power, all of them blasting towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The sound was earth-shattering, and the nearby area was swept up by a fierce wind. However, after the light faded, Lin Ling was still standing there, looking at them indifferently. "Your attacks are simply tickling me." After saying that, he suddenly grabbed one of them and punched him in the chest. This person's dantian rolled, and he spat out a big mouthful of blood. Next, Lin Ling grabbed a second person and kicked him out. This person flew away like a kite and disappeared into the distance. Then the third person, the fourth person, until the last person. "You, what is your strength?" The last person looked at Lin Ling with trembling eyes. "Middle stage king-level universe giant god." Lin Ling said indifferently. "Are you leaving your butt for me to kick, or are you going to be caught and kicked out by me? What's the difference?" That person was truly afraid of Lin Ling's strength. After all, even if they joined forces, they still couldn't hurt Lin Ling. His defense was too heaven-defying. There's no difference. If you kick it, it will fly further. Lin Ling kicked the man out like a meteor. Then he walked towards the garden. To him, these people were just small fries. They were not worthy of him taking them seriously at all. Lin Ling, you've come. When they arrived at the garden, Elder Guo walked over politely. Lin Ling chatted with him for a while and then went back to the ginseng fruit tree to meditate. The last time he meditated, Lin Ling saw countless faces floating in front of him. But this time, Lin Ling saw people. Familiar faces walked past him one by one, greeting Lin Ling and walking with Lin Ling for a period of time. The strange thing was that these people were very real. They were so real that Lin Ling felt as if they were living people. There was even a time when Lin Ling almost lost himself in it and couldn't extricate himself. This was because he saw Yuyu. Moreover, it was a living Yuyu. The time he spent with Yuyu seemed so real. In the ancient face sect, he, Lin Ling, held the girl's hand and walked further and further away under the sunlight. In the rainforest holy land, they had their own crystallization of love. There were too many of them. However, Lin Ling had cultivated for many years. He knew that all of this was fake. Perhaps it was a memory, or perhaps it was a kind of great law of the universe. Therefore, he quickly withdrew from it. And after he withdrew from all the familiar figures, he saw the huge ginseng fruit tree. This tree swayed slightly, and bits of starlight sprinkled down from the leaves. Lin Ling quietly looked at the slightly swaying leaves. Suddenly, he seemed to see the seeds of the ginseng fruit tree germinating and gradually blossoming and bearing fruit. All of this seemed simple, but in fact, there were countless laws hidden in it. It was just like the relationship between Lin Ling and Yuyu. None of them could be missing. This meant that only with these complicated relationships could the ginseng fruit tree grow. The wind was related to the ginseng fruit tree. The rain was related to the ginseng fruit tree. Even the insects were related to the ginseng fruit tree. This was karma, the karma cycle of the great law of the universe. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He closed his eyes and sent out the enlightenment in his heart. It landed in Lin Ling's universe. It seemed like a simple technique, but it carried the power of the great law of the universe. It caused Lin Ling's universe to become more solid. It constantly produced spiritual energy and strengthened the universe. With this enlightenment, Lin Ling's universe did not seem to improve its defense and attack. But in fact, the entire universe was improving, and the laws were more perfect. In the universe, Taoist master of many treasures, Ancestor Tian, and the others all sensed that the universe was more vibrant. Everyone's strength was increasing. One must know that the universe had a limit. After reaching the limit, it would be difficult for people in the universe to grow. Only the open universe. And now Lin Ling had done it. His Lin Ling's universe had stepped from the 9 realms to the 6 realms. The mysterious halo outside the universe had once again decreased by a circle. This meant that Lin Ling could bring more power of the universe into the chaotic realm and into the Tao realm. One must know that Lin Ling was invincible in his own universe. Now that he could bring more power of the universe, it meant that Lin Ling was one step closer to being invincible. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile. This trip to the Taoist temple has really benefited me a lot. He knew very well that this kind of opportunity could only be encountered by chance. After all, who knew how many gods wanted their universes to improve, but they couldn't find many ways to do so. It seems that I have to thank Brother Guo properly. Now that my universe has become the 6 realms universe, I have also completed the agreement with Feng Moyang. I can leave this place. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the huge ginseng fruit behind him. He bowed slightly to the ginseng fruit and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." After saying that, he left. Along the way, he met Elder Guo. Elder Guo quickly asked. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and told him the results of his cultivation. Hearing that Lin Ling's universe had improved, Elder Guo was happy for Lin Ling. He knew very well that it was difficult to improve the universe. Some people even stayed in the same place their whole life. At some point, the improvement of the universe was more difficult than a breakthrough. After all, the universe represented one's personal comprehension. It wasn't something that could be accumulated by relying on spiritual energy. Elder Gua, are you here? However, at this time, a voice came. Outside the garden, a large number of people had gathered. Elder Gua frowned and quickly walked out. Lin Ling also followed behind him. Lin Ling is really here. Who knew that after seeing Lin Ling, those people frowned? It seemed that they were here for Lin Ling. Chapter 5104. It's not a big deal. This Lin Ling injured a disciple of the Taoist temple and broke the rules. A skinny old man in a loose robe said to Elder Gua. He then looked at Lin Ling angrily. Lin Ling, how dare you attack the Taoist temple? Do you think that we can't punish you just because you're not a disciple of the Taoist temple? Lin Ling's expression was calm. He looked behind the skinny old man and immediately saw the people he taught a lesson to. Honorable Master, it's him. He didn't like us and suddenly attacked us. You have to stand up for us. When they saw Lin Ling looking at them, the men pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. You're not even as good as me. What a bunch of trash. You asked your master to stand up for you after you lost. You're the worst of the worst. The men were enraged by Lin Ling's sarcasm. The skinny old man also felt embarrassed. He shouted angrily, no matter what, you've broken the Taoist temple's rules. Come, follow me to see the Taoist temple's dean. Didn't you say that it's just a casual lesson? It's not a big deal. Why is it okay for them to teach me a lesson, but I'm breaking the rules? Lin Ling said coldly. How dare you be so sharp-tongued? Come with me, or don't blame me for being rude. The skinny old man said angrily. Elder Guo was furious. Although he didn't know what happened, he could guess a thing or two. It's fine. However, Lin Ling didn't want to implicate Elder Guo. It was just a violation of the rules. At most, he would be punished. Lin Ling didn't care at all. Besides, Lin Ling also wanted to leave. After all, he had achieved his goal. Men, take him away. Seeing that Lin Ling agreed, the skinny old man immediately ordered his men to tie up Lin Ling. Get lost, I can walk on my own. Lin Ling coldly snorted and strode forward. Seeing this, the skinny old man was secretly angry, but he let Lin Ling be. Anyway, he would teach Lin Ling a lesson later, so he would let him be arrogant for now. The group of people walked towards the largest Taoist temple. Along the way, they attracted countless people. Many of them were gloating, wanting to see Lin Ling put on a good show. Lin Ling didn't care in the slightest and entered the main hall. Within the great hall, a large number of great beings were already waiting there. Their expressions were cold, and they were all very powerful. They were all deity-level universe giant gods. This made Lin Ling secretly sigh with emotion. The Chaos Realm's foundation was indeed much stronger than Tao Realm. Lin Ling, why did you attack them? One of the women frowned and said, she wanted to help Lin Ling and she was Feng Moyang's master. Of course, she also secretly blamed Lin Ling. This Lin Ling looked like a man of few words, but she didn't expect him to be such a troublemaker. Lin Ling. At this time, a few women also rushed into the Great Hall. It was Feng Moyang. Originally, they weren't qualified to enter this Great Hall, but it was clear that their origins were extraordinary, so the great beings of the Taoist temple tacitly allowed them to enter. What happened? After Feng Moyang entered, she also looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling immediately looked at those few men, and those few men obviously had a guilty conscience. They rushed to say, we were just jealous that Lin Ling married junior sister Feng, and said that a toad ate swan meat. Then this Lin Ling couldn't stand it and attacked us. Moreover, we also advised Lin Ling that since he married junior sister Feng, then he should live a good life. But this Lin Ling said that the dowry given by junior sister Feng was too little. Lin Ling, is this the case? Hearing this, Feng Moyang's master immediately looked at Lin Ling, and her expression was slightly unsightly. In the beginning, she wanted to help Lin Ling, but Lin Ling actually said that the dowry given by Feng Moyang was too little. After all, it was 5 chaos stones. Moreover, if it was about anything else, she obviously wouldn't believe it. But when it was about the dowry, she was slightly convinced. After all, She knew that Lin Ling was indeed an insatiable person. Lin Ling, you attacked them because of this? They were just talking. Why did you attack them when they are fellow disciples of the same sect? At this time, Feng Moyang spoke furiously. Her thoughts were the same as her master. After all, Lin Ling was unwilling to take out chaos stones to break through, and he was indeed greedy. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. I haven't even said anything, and all of you believe him? His words aren't without reason. Perhaps he's exaggerating, but you shouldn't have attacked him. Feng Moyang's master said angrily. If that's the case, how do you want to punish me? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to explain. There were some things that others might not believe even if he explained. When Feng Moyang saw that Lin Ling was so straightforward, she was quite angry. Lin Ling should have lowered his attitude, said a few good words, and apologized. She quickly said, Lin Ling is a disciple of the Taoist temple. According to the Taoist temple's precepts, disciples of the Taoist temple attack each other. He should be punished by not being allowed to leave the Taoist temple for 3 years. This punishment was obviously considered light. After all, it was only 3 years, and it would be over in seclusion. However, Lin Ling refused directly. He didn't have the time to stay here for 3 years. He said indifferently, I'm not a disciple of the Taoist temple. Punish me however you want. Feng Moyang stomped her feet angrily and couldn't help but say angrily, if you're not a disciple of the Taoist temple, then you can't even be considered my husband. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately looked at Feng Moyang indifferently. His expression was calm as he nodded and said, Indeed, let's split up. For some reason, when she heard Lin Ling's words and saw Lin Ling's calm eyes, Feng Moyang felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. Okay, let's split up. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Feng Moyang said angrily. She had only said it in a moment of anger, but who would have thought that Lin Ling actually looked indifferent? She felt like she was just a passerby in Lin Ling's heart. Moyang, don't be rash. The girls next to her didn't understand why Feng Moyang was so agitated. Logically speaking, Feng Moyang's personality should have been very good. They whispered, Now, although Hua Jichu should have received the news, you guys split up too quickly. Although he helped you, you shouldn't be so fierce to him. If it's just for money. Feng Moyang said disdainfully and no longer paid attention to Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed in his heart, but he didn't care too much. After all, he helped Feng Moyang because of Yu. In addition, Feng Moyang had also saved him once, so now they were even. Lin Ling, you're not a disciple of the Taoist temple and you've also taught a lesson to our supreme Taoist temple's people. According to the rules, you have to enter the lightning whip cave and be punished with 30,000 lashes. Are you willing to accept the punishment? A man who seemed to have a high status said. I'm willing. Lin Ling nodded. He had used Elder Gui's ginseng fruit tree to upgrade the universe. This was karma, so Lin Ling was punished by the Taoist temple to wash away this karma. In other words, he had eaten your supreme Taoist temple's food. I'll punish you and we're even. Lin Ling, you're not a disciple of the Taoist temple and you're also not Nisfeng's husband. After this punishment, you can leave the Taoist temple. Can you do it? The man with a high status said again. Chapter 5105. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Feng Moyang's heart trembled, and his eyes suddenly dimmed. He's really here for the money. Feng Moyang's master coldly snorted. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling followed a few elders, passing through several mountain paths, and then came to a lightning cave. The cave was pitch black, but from time to time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. After a glance, Lin Ling did not stop. He already walked in. This guy. The few elders' faces changed slightly. One must know that the lightning whip was formed by the universe. Although it would not cause serious injuries, it would bring intense pain to the body and soul. Not to mention disciples, even elders like them would not be able to endure it. They would definitely be able to endure 100 lashes. Not to mention that Lin Ling was punished with 30,000 lashes. Rumble. A moment later, a deafening roar came from the lightning cave. At the far end of the cave, a large number of people had gathered. They were all pointing and talking. Some admired Lin Ling's courage, and some were gloating. Hee hee, I heard that it was 30,000 lightning lashes. When he comes out, his whole body will probably be rotten. He won't be able to recover without a year. Why are you gloating? If you have the ability, go and try it. Tisk tisk, I'm not going. I heard that senior brother Dilan was punished with 100 lashes and couldn't recover for 3 years. He has to endure the ravages of lightning every day. Waves of voices floated out. Sigh, Lin Ling, why do you have to do this? Elder Guo was also standing in the crowd. He knew that if Lin Ling admitted that he was a disciple of the temple, the punishment he would receive would not be too severe. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was so stubborn. As for those who framed Lin Ling, they were all sneering. However, their hearts were still filled with anger, and their eyes flashed with killing intent. Feng Moyong, why don't you plead for him? Although his temperament is a little cold and he doesn't talk much, he ended up like this because he married you. Feng Moyong and the rest also appeared in the distance of the cave. One of the young girls couldn't bear to see him like this and said to Feng Moyong. Feng Moyong's expression was cold. It's not like I didn't give him a chance. He just didn't want it. Besides, the chaos gems of our supreme Taoist temple aren't that easy to take. I believe that if there were 5 chaos gems, many gods would be willing to accept them. A kind of tribulation. Hearing Feng Moyong's words, the girls all sighed. As time passed, the crowd didn't leave. Instead, they watched quietly. It wasn't until a figure walked out that many people burst into an uproar. The person who walked out had tattered clothes and was covered in blood. He staggered forward and left the Taoist temple. Seeing the white-haired man, the people who had been gloating felt a sense of sympathy. They subconsciously made way for the man to leave. They didn't expect that this man would still be able to stand after being struck by 30,000 lightning lashes. Feng Moyong sighed in his heart as he stared at Lin Ling's feet. He realized that every step Lin Ling took left a scarlet footprint on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Serves you right. Feng Moyong clenched his teeth and cursed. But for some reason, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Just like this, the white-haired man gradually disappeared into the distance and left the Taoist temple forever. Lin Ling. Elder Guo wanted to call out to Lin Ling, but in the end, he gave up. He could sense that Lin Ling had given up on the supreme Taoist temple. After all, Lin Ling's personality was aloof from worldly affairs. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to provoke others. It must be those disciples who framed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't explain. He must have given up. Unfortunately, Elder Guo didn't know that he was thinking too much. Lin Ling originally planned to leave and return to the Dao Pagoda. Therefore, he took the opportunity to accept the punishment and settle the score with the supreme Taoist temple. After all, Lin Ling was not an ungrateful person. Feng Moyong had saved him and the supreme Taoist temple had given him an opportunity. He had to repay all these favors. As for being punished by the Thunder Whip, although the process was painful, Lin Ling had experienced all kinds of pain in his life. He didn't care at all. Moreover, his body was strong. The damage caused by the Thunder Whip could be quickly recovered. Ironically, the disciples of the Taoist temple still sympathized with Lin Ling. They didn't know that Lin Ling came from the Dao Pagoda. That place was filled with cruelty and ruthlessness. Lin Ling had already experienced countless ups and downs. As for the disciples of the Taoist temple, they were safe in the chaos realm. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. After Lin Ling left the Taoist temple, he found a peaceful mountain range and began to recover. Moreover, he missed the giant ghost and little Kunlun. Therefore, he took out their sound-transmitting talismans and sent a message. 3 days later, Lin Ling had recovered to his peak state. At the same time, he received a message from the giant ghost. Lin Ling, you've come to the chaos realm? The giant ghost was surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. Giant ghost, where are you? After hearing the familiar voice, Lin Ling was incomparably happy. He also sensed a familiar sound transmission. It was little Kunlun's voice. Kunlun, big brother Lin Ling. The last time little Kunlun left, it was on the path of domination in the void of the 9 prefectures. After that, Lin Ling had not seen little Kunlun again. Now that he heard little Kunlun's voice, Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurried to join with the giant ghost. Originally, he wanted to return to the Dao Pagoda at Longevity Mountain. However, because of the giant ghost and little Kunlun, he decided to take a risk and leave Longevity Mountain to join up with the giant ghost. After flying out of Longevity Mountain, a vast expanse of yellow sand appeared in front of him. Lin Ling looked at the sun and found that it was in the east. After a long time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the giant ghost. Lin Ling. The giant ghost was still wearing his white robes and his long hair draped over his shoulders. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled. Lin Ling immediately curled his lips. Although the giant ghost now gave people the impression of an immortal, he was still used to seeing the giant ghost's ferocious appearance. Lin Ling, why did you come to the chaotic realm? Hey, what's with your white hair? The giant ghost finally arrived in front of Lin Ling and looked at him up and down excitedly. Although his appearance was different now, and he was actually one of the 8 gods, he had also merged with the giant ghost's memories. He was also a giant ghost. It's a long story. I won't talk about it. However, I came to the chaotic realm to save Taoist master of many treasures. Lin Ling said with a smile. Then he roughly explained what had happened. Son of Light? I've heard of him. After the fall of the sun god, the Son of Light was the new sun god. I didn't expect that he would be captured by the treacherous Dipankara Buddha. The giant ghost was very surprised. However, when he saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound, he was somewhat relieved. Little Kunlun is coming. It's in that direction. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Ling and the giant ghost said. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about as they walked in another direction. After all, they had gone through many trials and tribulations together. They were like brothers. Therefore, even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, their relationship was still extremely good. Chapter 5106. Don't worry, it won't be long before we enter the Dao Pagoda. At that time, we will fight side by side again. After talking for a long time, the giant ghost laughed. Lin Ling was cultivating in the Dao Pagoda, while he and little Kunlun were in the Chaos Realm. However, the Chaos Realm would be destroyed sooner or later, so the gods of the Chaos Realm placed their focus on the Dao Pagoda. While Lin Ling and the giant ghost were moving forward, on the other side, in the endless ancient mountains of White Mountain, the sound of Buddha spread throughout the world. The earth was full of Buddhas cultivating, making this place like a pure land of bliss. Amitba, Lin Ling has come out. Suddenly, a solemn voice came out. In the southeast, heading towards the territory of the Bodhi Immortal Cave. This time, we must capture Lin Ling. Great sorrow without tears, great enlightenment without words, and great laughter without soundless. This karma was created by White Mountain. For the sake of the universe, let us White Mountain overcome this tribulation. After the voice came out, all the Buddhas opened their eyes. Dipankara Buddha, continue your seclusion. This old monk will bring him back. A white light suddenly appeared and floated in the sky, turning into a big Buddha. It was the White Mountain Buddha. After he finished speaking, he put his palms together and silently recited the sutra, with no body, no body, no body, no mouth, no mouth, no mouth, no intention, no intention, no action, no action, no action, no action, no slander, no slander, no birth, no rise, no thought, no place, no forward, no end, no solitude, no action. Light flickered, and he gradually disappeared. On the other side, in the Supreme Taoist Temple, Feng Moyang sat alone in a small courtyard, looking at the empty courtyard. For some reason, she was not used to this silence. Then, she looked at the pot in the corner and went to cook porridge alone without saying a word. Unfortunately, she tried several times, but the taste was not right. Without him, I will never be able to eat that delicious porridge again. Feng Moyang sighed and sat down in the small courtyard again. Her small hand held her chin, and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Oh, what is my Moyang thinking? Thinking about Lin Ling? Don't tell me you can't bear to see him leave just after he left. A few girls walked in with smiles on their faces. Seeing Feng Moyang's appearance, They couldn't help but tease. What nonsense are you talking about? That greedy person should leave as soon as possible. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Feng Moyang immediately snorted, his expression full of disdain. What are you talking about? Wei Yang, you used to be very kind. Why have you become so stingy now? Lin Ling was fined 30,000 by the lightning whip and left with injuries all over his body. If he encountered the divine beast of the Longevity Mountain, it's possible that he would be eaten. In any case, you have a fake marriage with him, so you should sympathize with him. The women frowned, not understanding why Feng Moyang hates Lin Ling so much. He deserves it. Feng Mo Yang sneered. Our Taoist temple doesn't owe him anything, and we haven't treated him badly either. Look, he was originally an early-stage cosmos giant god when he came to our Taoist temple, but now he's already a middle-stage cosmos giant god. Isn't this all because my revered teacher pleaded on his behalf? You must know that it's extremely difficult to break through to the deity realm, and it's extremely dependent on luck. Feng Moyang, you don't know? Hearing this, the women's expressions slightly changed, and they said in disbelief, Lin Ling is with Elder Gua, but he hasn't broken through. Furthermore, Elder Gua gave him the ginseng fruit tree to comprehend. You should know how precious this ginseng fruit tree is. Even your revered teacher might not be qualified to comprehend it. What do you mean? Feng Moyang frowned immediately. I heard from Elder Gua that Lin Ling comprehended the ginseng fruit tree and not his realm. This means that your revered teacher didn't help him at all, and Elder Gua helped Lin Ling out of their personal friendship. A young woman said. Hearing this, Feng Moyang's heart exploded. She thought that Lin Ling had a fake marriage with her because he valued the Taoist temple's cultivation resources. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling didn't use the Taoist temple's resources at all. The ginseng fruit tree's comprehension was opened by Elder Gua for Lin Ling's sake. It had nothing to do with her revered teacher, and it had nothing to do with her, Feng Moyang. But he also took 5 chaos stones, and he was extremely stingy. Even when he was in a life and death crisis, he was unwilling to use them. Although Feng Moyang felt that it was very strange, she still said stubbornly, "We don't know about that." All the young women shook their heads, and then chatted with Feng Moyang. But Feng Moyang had a lot on her mind. She felt that Lin Ling was a little different from what she had imagined. In the end, she left alone and walked along the cobblestone path aimlessly. Unknowingly, she came to the small house where Lin Ling had recuperated. This small house was at the foot of the mountain and was relatively remote, so very few people came here. When she saw the small house, Feng Moyang was shocked. Why did she suddenly come here? Previously, she had been walking around randomly, but she didn't expect to come here by coincidence. But since she was here, she might as well go in and take a look. She pushed open the door and entered, and immediately found that the house was very clean. It seemed that Lin Ling had tidied up the place before he left. However, Feng Moyang was quickly attracted by a package at the head of the bed because it was very familiar. It seemed to be something that belonged to her revered master. She hurried forward and opened it to take a look. Immediately, rich spiritual energy rushed out. It was the spiritual energy that was unique to the Chaos realm. She saw that there were 5 Chaos stones in the package. It was because the package was a rare treasure that it could conceal the spiritual energy of the Chaos stones. Chaos stones? Feng Moyang looked at the item in her hand in disbelief. It was as if thunder was ringing in her heart. The sound was very loud, as if something had been torn apart. If she were to compare her current mood to glass, then this piece of glass would have shattered into pieces. Because these were the 5 chaos stones that her revered master had given to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had not taken a single one. In fact, in order to help her break through, he had not hesitated to be seriously injured and put his life in danger. Lin Ling had not been willing to use these 5 chaos stones. But what about her, Feng Moyang? She thought that Lin Ling was too stingy and too greedy. Lin Ling, why? Feng Moyang hugged the package as tears suddenly flowed out from her eyes. She knew that she had wronged that man. Especially when she thought of that man's eyes when he looked at her in the main hall, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. That was probably a look of despair. Indeed, what qualifications did she have to talk about Lin Ling? Lin Ling had helped her, and it could be said that he did not want any reward. He had even helped her break through, but she thought that she had paid a great price. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this." Feng Moyang's heart was heavy. She wanted to return to the small courtyard and see the place where they had once lived together. After she left the small room, her pace quickened. But halfway through, she suddenly heard someone talking. "This Lin Ling has a strong backbone. Brother Hua instructed us to ask if Lin Ling's marriage was fake. But this fellow refused to say even if he was punished with 30,000 lashes. If he deserves 30,000 lashes. He dares to attack us. He doesn't know the meaning of death." Chapter 5107. Now that he's seriously injured, it's a good time to kill him. Furthermore, he left the Taoist temple. Brother Hua also said that he would send people to capture him. "Let's go and help." "Yes." Although his voice was very soft, it landed clearly in Feng Moyang's ears. Those people clearly did not notice Feng Moyang as they walked and chatted as they gradually left the Taoist temple. Most importantly, they were the few people who had been taught a lesson by Lin Ling. What do Senior Brother Chen and the rest mean? Feng Moyang frowned in thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she seemed to understand what was going on. Senior Brother Chen was one of Hua Jichu's men. His goal was to find out if they were in a fake marriage through Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not say anything, causing Senior Brother Chen and the rest to attack Lin Ling. In the end, they were taught a lesson by Lin Ling. Senior Brother Chen and the rest attacked first, but slandered Lin Ling for attacking first. This caused Lin Ling to be severely punished by the Taoist temple and even chased out of the temple. Why didn't he explain himself? Feng Moyang hugged the 5 chaos gems tightly as tears dripped down her face. She suddenly felt her heart ache. Suddenly, she recalled the way Lin Ling looked at her in the main hall. Although it was very calm, it also seemed to be filled with disappointment. This was because as Lin Ling's wife, she did not believe Lin Ling and instead believed Senior Brother Chen and the rest. No wonder Lin Ling was so disappointed in her. 5 chaos gems. Elder Gua's garden cultivation. And then being punished by the lightning whip. Lin Ling had been helping her all this time without asking for anything in return. And now, Lin Ling had offended Hua Jichu because of his fake marriage with her. He had no complaints and shouldered all of this alone. As for her, she only knew how to blame Lin Ling and did not know what Lin Ling was shouldering. "Lin Ling, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Feng Moyang ran forward and kept muttering to herself. The tears in her eyes fell like pearls. "Honorable Master." She arrived at your master's small courtyard and rushed in. "Wei Yang, what happened?" When Feng Moyang's teacher saw Feng Moyang rushing in and crying very sadly, ripples appeared in her heart. This was because Feng Moyang had been innocent and pure since she was young. She rarely cried so much. In his memory, the only time Feng Moyang cried so much was when she left the tribe. At that time, she was so emotional because she was unwilling to leave. "Lin Ling, he didn't take our chaos stones at all. Also, Senior Brother Chen and the others are Hua Jichu's people. They're trying to harm Lin Ling. Hua Jichu must be very angry about my fake marriage with Lin Ling." He transferred all his anger to Lin Ling. Feng Moyang continued to speak, causing the woman's eyes to narrow. She suddenly looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Had he wronged Lin Ling? "Honored Master, hurry up and help Lin Ling. He's no match for Hua Jichu alone." After Feng Moyang finished crying, she looked expectantly at her master. "Alas, where can we find him? Now it's too late." The woman sighed. But when she saw Feng Moyang's worry, she stretched out her right hand and drew a circle. The circle turned into a mirror. Then, the woman closed her eyes and continued to investigate. This mirror could clearly investigate the area around the temple. But the woman saw mountains and rivers, all kinds of divine beasts, and many disciples. But she didn't see Lin Ling, nor did she see Senior Brother Chen and the others. Like this, the woman investigated from noon to night. Finally, she sighed. They've already left the temple area. Perhaps they've already left Longevity Mountain. Feng Moyang had been waiting. When she heard this, her expression was filled with worry. "Moyang, don't worry too much. The Chaos Realm is so big. Hua Jichu might not be able to find Lin Ling. And Lin Ling has his own opportunities. He's fated to meet us. Seeing Feng Moyang's depressed mood, the woman thought that Feng Moyang had a kind personality. That was why she was worried about Lin Ling. Honorable Master, I understand. Feng Moyang nodded. After leaving, she returned to her small courtyard. She looked at the quiet and empty courtyard and suddenly felt that something was missing. Although Lin Ling hadn't been in the courtyard for long and didn't speak much, he could make the courtyard more lively and stable. But now, she felt as if the courtyard didn't belong to her. Why is he helping me? Feng Moyang's mind was filled with Lin Ling's figure. She didn't know if it was guilt or something else. She sat there quietly for the entire night. When dawn broke, she quietly left the small courtyard. She was going to look for Lin Ling. She couldn't tolerate Lin Ling dying at Hua Jichu's hands. Although she didn't know where to find Lin Ling, she believed in her intuition. She would definitely find Lin Ling. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling didn't know that Feng Moyang was thinking so much. To Lin Ling, all of this wasn't a big deal. He and the giant ghost were still waiting for little Kunlun. After one night, they talked a lot and talked about everything. But at dawn, Lin Ling and the giant ghost's conversation suddenly stopped. This was because they sensed a powerful force rushing towards them at an incomparably fast speed. Amitabha, Lin Ling, I've finally found you. Why aren't you waiting to be captured? A huge Buddha suddenly appeared. It was solemn and holy, as if sitting at the peak of the sky, looking down at Lin Ling and the other two as if looking at three ants. White Mountain Great Buddha. Seeing that huge Buddha, Lin Ling's expression changed. It's one of the ancient Buddhas of the three divine gates of White Mountain. He has the strength of a deity realm giant universe god. I didn't expect this fellow to find us so quickly. The giant ghost also looked up at that huge Buddha with an incomparably solemn expression. He was now only a saint realm giant universe god in the late stage. The gap between him and a deity was too big. Lin Ling, it seems we can't wait much longer. If there's a chance later, you must escape. I'll block him for you. The giant ghost secretly transmitted. Lin Ling shook his head. It wasn't easy to find little Kunlun, so how could he leave so easily? Now, he could only stall for time and wait for little Kunlun to arrive before leaving this place. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, the giant ghost became even more anxious. He knew that White Mountain Great Buddha came for Lin Ling alone. He, the giant ghost, was secondary. Therefore, Lin Ling's escape was the most important thing. Just you wait. You can't escape. In the sky, White Mountain Great Buddha spat out a majestic voice. He stretched out his huge palm and slammed it down from the sky. In his palm, a swastika appeared, emitting a holy white light. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The air and space shattered as a giant palm smashed down from the sky. It was like an island. The power of God was incomparably terrifying, beyond imagination. Moreover, there was a powerful universe in the power of God. Being enveloped by the huge palm, it was as if one had entered a universe of mountains. One could see endless mountains. Lin Ling, be careful. Chapter 5108. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions sounded as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Then, 2 giant palms collided in the sky. However, the giant palms with 8 rays of light were obviously no match for it and were retreating. 8 gods, I didn't expect you to be resurrected. In the sky, the giant White Mountain Buddha seemed to know the giant ghost. He muttered something, causing the palm to become even larger and crazily pressed down. Under the giant palm, Lin Ling and the giant ghost could clearly sense that they were surrounded by layers of ancient mountains that drowned the earth. This was the universe of mountains. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. The giant ghost's entire body was breathing in and out. His white hair danced wildly as he activated his own universe. This was the 8 gods' celestial palace. 2 great godly powers and 2 universes collided crazily. However, the giant ghost's realm was too low and could only be suppressed. Giant ghost, I'll help you. At this time, Lin Ling also activated Lin Ling's universe. It rushed into the sky and 9 continents appeared, floating in the void. The power of the universe was extremely powerful. What? 6 worlds universe? The White Mountain Buddha's expression changed because his mountain world was also a 6 worlds universe. Although it was more powerful than Lin Ling's universe, it was not that powerful. Lin Ling, your universe, this is the void of Jiuzhou. The giant ghost was also extremely shocked. He did not expect Lin Ling to use Jiuzhou as his own. Moreover, his universe was incomparably powerful. Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over good. Amitabha. Although Lin Ling's universe was only slightly weaker than the White Mountain Buddha's, the latter's realm was too high. His godly power was beyond imagination, causing the giant palm to still press down. Its speed was only slightly slower than before. What a powerful force! Even the giant ghost and I together can't stop him. There are probably 3 such gods in the White Mountain, 3 divine sects: White Mountain, Burning Heart, Lamp Heart, and the strongest, Dipankara Buddha. The White Mountain 3 divine sects are indeed the 8 great godly generations. Lin Ling activated his universe with all his strength and constantly evaluated in his mind. He had encountered Burning Lamp Buddha God twice and had managed to escape both times. However, he now knew that Burning Lamp Buddha God had not used his full strength. Giant ghost, let me help you. Seeing the huge Buddha palm coming down, Lin Ling was also prepared to use his full strength. Why aren't you leaving? He's coming for you. Giant ghost grumbled. He saw that Lin Ling was only a middle-stage cosmos giant god, so he did not think that he would be of much help. Although Lin Ling's strength could not be seen on the surface, even if he fought across realms, it was still impossible for him to be a match for a deity cosmos giant god. It's rare for us to meet here. How can I leave so easily? Lin Ling shook his head and fused his innate talents. Panga's true body was also activated, transforming into a giant. Together with the giant ghost, they fought against the giant palm in the sky. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, and actually made it difficult for the giant palm in the sky to suppress it. This power! Not far from Lin Ling, Giant Ghost's expression changed drastically. He clearly saw that the surface of the Buddha palm had caved in when Lin Ling punched out. It was terrifying. However, he also sensed that Lin Ling's power of divinity was only 800 billion. Although this amount of power of divinity was second to none among King Cosmos giant gods. But how could this mere power of divinity resist the palm of a deity cosmos giant god? Could it be the power of his fleshly body? Giant Ghost suddenly thought of something. When he had fought side by side with Lin Ling, he knew that Lin Ling's fleshly body had always been very strong. As he thought of this, he carefully sensed and immediately sensed that Lin Ling's fleshly body was different from before. That destructive aura was even denser. Panga's body! At this moment, White Mountain Great Buddha saw through Lin Ling's origin, and his expression became more solemn. But no matter how powerful his origin is, it's useless. How can he be a match for a deity cosmos giant god? White Mountain Great Buddha had obviously not used his full strength before. Now that he saw Lin Ling unleashing his full power, he once again mobilized his power of divinity to suppress him. There's still the power of divinity. Sensing the terrifying power pressing down from the sky, Lin Ling once again felt the pressure. Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind. White Mountain Great Buddha still had not used his full strength. A deity was too strong. He did not need to use his full strength to suppress small cosmos giant gods like them. The suppression of this Buddha palm can only force us to defend passively. We can't attack White Mountain Great Buddha at all. If this continues, both of us will die. Lin Ling roared, reminding Giant Ghost. Giant Ghost's expression was ferocious. He was also using his full strength, but he still felt like he was in a violent storm. Both of them were not ordinary giant gods. If they worked together, they would not be afraid of any King Cosmos giant gods, but they could do nothing to White Mountain Great Buddha. Amitabha, you evildoers, die quickly. White Mountain Great Buddha also sensed that Lin Ling and Giant Ghost could no longer resist. He closed his eyes and silently chanted the Rebirth Sutra. At this moment, The Buddha palm was one step closer to suppressing Lin Ling and Giant Ghost. But at this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared and swept toward White Mountain Great Buddha from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast. Voila! Gusts of wind blew, and the black shadow surged. White Mountain Great Buddha sensed it immediately. He let out a low roar, and white light gushed out from his body, forming a huge Buddha light shield that blocked the black shadow from sweeping over. Voila! However, what shocked everyone was that the black shadow actually penetrated the Buddha light and swept fiercely on White Mountain Great Buddha. Poof! White Mountain Great Buddha immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed dramatically. What kind of attack was this that could actually break through his defense? One had to know that his Buddha light defense might not be broken even by a deity early-stage giant god. Not good. Afterward, White Mountain Great Buddha sensed that the power in his body was draining away, and the universe was unstable. He finally turned to look at the huge black shadow and discovered that it was an ancient tree, and the person holding the ancient tree was a young man. He seemed to have the strength of a saint giant god, but his origin seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Little Kunlun. At the same time on the ground, the giant ghost shouted excitedly. Lin Ling, who was beside him, was very surprised. That young man was Little Kunlun? Wasn't Little Kunlun a vine? How did it become a young man and even hug a tree? Big brother Lin Ling, I'm here. And at this moment, the young man also saw Lin Ling and Giant Ghost. He was so happy that he laughed, revealing his white teeth. Little Kunlun, continue to sweep him. Lin Ling also laughed excitedly. He still had 2 trump cards, Universe 3 Extreme Breaks and Sword of Faith. It was just that he couldn't use them because of the suppression of the Buddha palm. If Little Kunlun could distract White Mountain Great Buddha, Lin Ling was confident that he could attack White Mountain Great Buddha. Big brother Lin Ling, I got it. Little Kunlun immediately nodded happily. He hugged the ancient tree with both hands and swept toward White Mountain Great Buddha again. Lin Ling, I'll hold on for you. Although the giant ghost didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, the 3 of them had fought side by side many times. Therefore, with one sentence from Lin Ling, he guessed that Lin Ling had a plan. Haha. Chapter 5109. Voila. Under Lin Ling's laughter, Little Kunlun also became inexplicably excited. It held the huge god tree and swept it towards the huge White Mountain Big Buddha. Evil creature! White Mountain Big Buddha roared angrily. He put his palms together and transformed into a huge white stone statue. It was the stone statue of a Buddha. He floated in the sky as if he was delivering all living beings. Endless Buddhist light appeared in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. However, Little Kunlun's huge tree swept over and actually ignored the Buddhist light. It ruthlessly smashed onto the stone statue of Buddha, causing the entire statue to sway slightly. All the godly power and universe continued to weaken. Lin Ling. That huge ghost roared. He sensed that the pressure had weakened. He used all his strength to block the Buddha palm that was pressing down from the sky. Lin Ling shot out. His body kept shrinking until he returned to his normal appearance. The Sword of Faith appeared in his hand. At the same time, he activated his powerful soul power and transformed it into the 3 extremes of the universe to break the seal on White Mountain Big Buddha. If it were any other time, with White Mountain Big Buddha's powerful strength, such an attack would not be able to get close to him. But now, White Mountain Big Buddha was dizzy from being swept by the god tree. All his strength was weakening. Lin Ling, how dare you? Of course, White Mountain Big Buddha saw Lin Ling's attack. He roared angrily. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to activate the 3 extremes of the universe to break the seal. The dazzling white sword in his hand also ruthlessly slashed out. The Sword of Faith gathered the faith of countless believers. It was also the most mysterious force in the current universe. It had the power to cut through everything. Shwa. This sword slashed down from the top, from the center of White Mountain Big Buddha's forehead all the way down. Finally, a straight sword slash appeared. Lin Ling. Great Buddha Baishan took a deep look at Lin Ling. His body trembled as countless amounts of divine essence leaked out. Finally, his body exploded, causing the Buddhist light above the firmament to disappear. It turned into endless brilliance that scattered down to the ground. He's dead. The huge ghost was the first to feel his body relax. His aged face revealed a smile. The three of them joined forces and actually killed a god-level giant universe god. Every god-level giant universe god in the primal chaos realm was the oldest god. They were experts who had survived the great calamity of the world's will. Big Brother Lin Ling. That youth carried the tree and flew over excitedly. He was wearing a green robe. His hair tied behind his head. His face looked very young, tender, and the smile on his face gave off an innocent and lively feeling. He's still not dead. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly as he looked at the Buddha's light that was constantly sprinkling down. He could clearly sense that the White Mountain Great Buddha had escaped. It seemed that the god-level giant universe god was indeed stronger than he had imagined. If the three of them had not joined forces this time, perhaps all of them would have died. However, with this injury, Great Buddha Baishan would probably have to go into seclusion for many years. Little. Putting aside his thoughts, Lin Ling quickly flew to the youth. The youth also put away the tree and rushed over excitedly. He then hugged Lin Ling, Big Brother Lin Ling. The youth hugged Lin Ling, and his eyes became moist. To him, Lin Ling was the person closest to him in the world. Back in Qing province, Lin Ling met little Kunlun when he was repelling the ancient power. At that time, little Kunlun had just sprouted. In the years that followed, Lin Ling brought little Kunlun to fight all over the 9 prefectures. They were invincible. Little Kunlun also continued to grow. It even saved Lin Ling from death many times. Although the two of them were not blood-related brothers, they were closer than blood-related brothers. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling was also hugging the youth. He could feel the familiar aura on his body. He was also gradually getting used to it. Little Kunlun had finally grown up. Long time no see, Big Brother Lin Ling. I missed you so much. Little Kunlun became more and more excited. The White Mountain Great Buddha was defeated. Maybe there will be stronger gods coming later. Let's leave this place first. Lin Ling patted little Kunlun's shoulder and greeted the giant ghost. The three of them flew into the distance. Along the way, the three of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. They talked about the past and about their current lives. Little Kunlun also asked about Yu and the others. Lin Ling also told them one by one. However, when he talked about Yu, Lin Ling's face dimmed slightly. The giant ghost already knew about Yu. He comforted, "Don't worry. We will find her sooner or later." Big Brother Lin Ling, can you not sense Yu now? Little Kunlun asked. Lin Ling shook his head. When I first entered the Chaos Realm, I could sense her. But now I can't sense her at all. However, I am sure that she is still alive. She is somewhere in the Chaos Realm. Unfortunately, the Chaos Realm is too big. It is impossible to find her. It seems like someone has blocked Big Brother Lin Ling's search. Little Kunlun immediately said regretfully. Let's not talk about this. How have you been all these years? Lin Ling smiled and changed the topic. Little Kunlun immediately nodded and said happily, I'm cultivating in Master's Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 Stars at Bir Fengsuan Mountain. Master, senior brothers and junior brothers all treat me well. Among them, senior brother's son often mentions you in front of me. Senior brother's son? Could it be Brother Monkey? Lin Ling was surprised. Little Kunlun said, yes, it is Brother Monkey. He said that he saw you some time ago in the Chaos Realm. He helped you escape from Dipankara Buddha's White Mountain 3 Divine Gates. Lin Ling suddenly understood. Previously, when Dipankara Buddha wanted to refine him, it was Brother Monkey and Guangchengzi who helped him escape. He did not expect senior brother's son, who was in Mount Fengsuan, to know about this. But on second thought it made sense. They came from the same original body. Oh yes, this time I came out, Master said that he also wants to see you. However, he is not going to Mount Fengsuan. Little Kunlun suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Ling as he said. Lin Ling was shocked. However, Patriarch Bodhi had helped him before, so he could not refuse. He immediately nodded. Follow me. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, little Kunlun led Lin Ling forward in the direction of the Bodhi Immortal Cave. However, they did not reach the Bodhi Immortal Cave. After a long time, a bamboo forest appeared in front of them. The bamboo forest was quiet, and there was a small river beside it. The scenery was very beautiful. Little Kunlun suddenly stopped in his tracks as if he had sensed something. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Brother Lin Ling, Master is waiting for you in the bamboo forest. We won't go over." The giant ghost also nodded at Lin Ling. He did not dare to get too close to a legendary figure like Patriarch Bodhi. He could only give him enough respect. "Then you guys wait for me here," Lin Ling quickly instructed. He suddenly felt nervous and asked, "Little Kunlun, is your master strict? Are you going to eat me?" "He won't. My master is very easy to talk to." Little Kunlun was speechless. Chapter 51:10. Moreover, Patriarch Bodhi had taught Lin Ling the Bodhi Testimony divine art, which allowed Lin Ling to produce a Saraira. Later on, the three extremes of the universe was also cultivated with this foundation. In addition, Xian Envy of the Nine Heavens had helped Lin Ling obtain the square prison, and Pure Sun had saved Lin Ling twice. It was said that it was Patriarch Bodhi who had instructed him to do so. Therefore, Lin Ling only had deep gratitude towards Patriarch Bodhi. After he entered the bamboo forest, he smelled the fragrance of the plants, which made him feel relaxed and happy. As he walked along the bamboo forest, he could even hear the chirping of birds. It was really a paradise. Lin Ling, you're here." Not long after, a farmer walked towards him. He was wearing cotton clothes and carrying firewood. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling was shocked. This person knew him? He immediately walked forward and took a closer look. It was actually Monkey King. "Huh, you don't recognize me?" When the farmer saw Lin Ling's shocked expression, the smile on his monkey face became even wider. Of course, Lin Ling couldn't recognize him. Apart from his appearance, the farmer looked nothing like Monkey King. His every movement was calm and confident. His eyes, in particular, were calm as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. This might be Monkey King's true body. The one left in the square prison was a doppelganger, which was also the wildest Monkey King. "Monkey King." Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and greeted him with a wry smile. "Go, Master is already waiting for you." The farmer patted Lin Ling's shoulder and left with the firewood. Lin Ling looked at his back and muttered to himself. He still felt that the carefree and unrestrained Monkey King was more amiable. He looked in the direction the farmer pointed and saw a figure sitting by the river beside the bamboo forest. He was wearing cotton clothes and a straw hat, and seemed to be fishing. Although that figure looked ordinary, in Lin Ling's eyes, it was filled with layers of mist. Lin Ling took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Speaking of which, although he had seen Patriarch Subhuti once, this was the first time he was meeting him face to face. "Lin Ling, you've come." Just as Lin Ling was walking forward, a kind voice suddenly sounded. When the voice landed in Lin Ling's heart, it actually caused endless echoes. "Senior, Lin Ling is here." Lin Ling came behind the old man and bowed slightly. "Speaking of which, you have learned my Bodhi Testimony divine art. You can be considered as half my disciple. You should also learn from Wukong and call me Master." The old man was still fishing and said with a smile, "Master." Lin Ling hurriedly replied and was overjoyed. He knew that this casual form of address had changed a lot and gave Lin Ling a powerful backer. One had to know that in the Chaos Realm, there were countless experts. A god without a backer would be bullied by all the experts. Now that Lin Ling was on Patriarch Subhuti's side, others would have to think twice before touching him. "Have a seat." The old man slowly turned his head and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was filled with respect. This was the first time he had seen Patriarch Subhuti, and it was as he had imagined. However, after looking at him from a close distance, he felt very kind. "Do you know how to fish?" Patriarch Subhuti asked again. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Back in the void of the 9 states, he had fished for 3 years. He immediately sat down, picked up the bamboo pole beside Patriarch Subhuti, and learned how to fish. The two sat quietly and fished. Since Patriarch Subhuti did not speak, Lin Ling naturally did not dare to speak. Even when his fish took the bait, Lin Ling did not dare to casually pull it up. This was because he saw that Patriarch Subhuti was the same. Even when the fish took the bait, he was still indifferent. Lin Ling, now that the Chaos Realm is about to collapse, the birth of a new universe will definitely be of the Tao Realm. Therefore, the powerful gods of the Chaos Realm all want to enter the Tao Tower and obtain the Tao Realm. However, the Tao Tower has restrictions. Ancient rulers cannot enter. Perhaps only the future can. Therefore, the Tao Tower depends on you little gods. Among all the disciples in my sect, you have been with me for the shortest amount of time. Originally, since you were my disciple, I should have kept you by my side to cultivate bitterly for a few years. But now, I'm afraid even I can't keep you. After sitting quietly for a long time, Patriarch Subhuti said indifferently. His voice was still very kind. Lin Ling did not speak and listened respectfully. Patriarch Subhuti seemed to be very satisfied with Lin Ling's attitude. He continued, Master can't teach you any magical abilities, but I can guide you in the power of the world will. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. All along, his world will had relied on the faith of others to improve. Although his progress was not slow, compared to the enemies he had encountered, it was still too weak. Faith, everyone has it. You can only rely on yourself to improve this power. Master can't help you much. However, your control of the power of faith is still weak. You can't condense all the power of faith. Patriarch Subhuti seemed to know what Lin Ling's world willpower was. He slowly said, You have the universe, and the universe has countless living beings. As long as the living beings of the universe revere the heavens, that is your faith power. But this faith power, you still can't control it. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed. Indeed, all this time, the power of faith he controlled mostly came from Lei Gong's hall. Although he could sense the power of faith of others, he always felt that it was difficult to condense it. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling's sort of faith mostly came from passive condensation. It was very rare for Lin Ling to take the initiative to condense this power. And Patriarch Subhuti's suggestion was to let Lin Ling take the initiative to condense it. Thank you, Master. I understand. Lin Ling's heart seemed to have been lit by a lamp. Patriarch Subhuti revealed a look of admiration and stood up. You can stay here and comprehend. Fishing can make you more patient, and the condensation process will be smoother. Your world will is now at the universe level. If you can step into the ancient level, you will leave. After leaving here, Master has something to entrust to you. I hope you can do it. Now condense it well. Hearing this, Lin Ling wanted to turn around and thank Patriarch Subhuti, but Patriarch Subhuti had already disappeared. Lin Ling immediately collected his mind and began to condense all the power of faith in the Lin Ling universe. In the Lin Ling universe, the strongest power of faith came from the hundreds of thousands of gods in Lei Gong's hall and the Yellow Emperor's side. But apart from these people, the Lin Ling universe actually had a population of 100 billion. It was just that these people were very weak, so their power of faith was very weak. The power of faith also seemed very weak. In the past, Lin Ling had ignored this power of faith. But now, he was going to condense it. As if he was fishing, Lin Ling patiently sensed. Gradually, he could sense that the entire Lin Ling universe was filled with dense threads. These threads were all connected to the power of faith in his body. Some threads were thick, some were thin, and they represented the power of faith. The strength of the power. Chapter 51:11. In the end, all the threads condensed together and turned into a huge beam of light that surged into Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling could clearly sense that this power was so strong that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth and cut off all the universes. This was the power of the immemorial world will. This power is filled with determination and bravery. This is faith. A person's strength is ultimately limited, but faith is invincible. I once read a story about an old woman in her 60s who witnessed her grandson being crushed in a collapsed house. She relied on the power of faith to lift the collapsed house and finally saved her grandson. Her son came out. This is faith. A person's faith can be strong or weak, But not everyone can use faith and be firm in their beliefs. Lin Ling stretched out his palm, and a ball of light condensed in his palm. It did not look big, but it suppressed a powerful force. The strange thing was that this force was not ferocious. Instead, it gave off a gentle feeling. However, Lin Ling knew that when he needed to use it, this gentle force could turn into an invincible force. The power of the immemorial world will is indeed powerful. Now that I am among several world will hosts, I don't know their strength ranking, but the great god of the spirit kingdom I saw last time gave me a very strong feeling. The world will hosts devour each other. Now, the strongest world will host could be the Grand Master of Heaven. Next would be Dipankara Buddha. Dipankara Buddha wants to devour us, but the Grand Master of Heaven has been missing. Perhaps he wants to devour Dipankara Buddha. No matter what, this chaos realm is not very safe. It can't be compared to the Tao Tower. At least the Tao Tower doesn't have such a dominator god. Lin Ling withdrew the power of the world will in his hand, looked at the slowly flowing river in front of him, put down the fishing rod, and left. After turning and walking into the bamboo forest, Lin Ling did not see Patriarch Bodhi. This made him feel strange. Could it be that Patriarch Bodhi had left? He continued walking. At this time, Monkey Bro, who was dressed in farmer's clothes, came over and said with a smile, "Congratulations, junior brother. Success." Monkey Bro. Lin Ling immediately smiled, then corrected himself, "Junior brother greets senior brother." Now that Patriarch Bodhi had acknowledged Lin Ling as his disciple, it meant that Monkey King was also his senior brother. With the support of a powerful sect, Lin Ling also felt different. Even his back was a lot stronger. When Master left, he told me to give you a task. He wants you to help a god called Bayushing. Apparently, Monkey King was very familiar with Lin Ling, so he didn't bother to be polite. Bayushing? Lin Ling was a little curious, but Patriarch Bodhi had indeed instructed him to do so before he left. He nodded at once. This Bayushing is actually the reincarnation of a descendant, and he bears a great responsibility. He is now on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda. Master said that you and Bayushing are fated, so he asked you to help him. Brother Monkey said. Lin Ling nodded, expressing his understanding. He suddenly thought of the mysterious maiden of the 9th heaven and Taoist Pure Sunday. They had also helped him several times. It was probably arranged by Master. Master seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Nothing that was about to happen could escape his senses. Junior brother, you're right. As long as someone has an opportunity and encounters trouble, Master will arrange for us to help. For example, you and Bayushing. Of course, junior brother once asked Master to personally help. This is also among the disciples. It's unique. Brother Monkey seemed to be able to guess what Lin Ling was thinking and continued. And these people who are helped will have great achievements in the future. Master can't bear to see him fall here, so he helped. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood and deeply remembered the name Bayushing. Right now, you are the closest to the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda, so you are the most suitable to help him. After the 5th floor of the Tao Pagoda, the powerful gods from all sides will be fighting. In the second half of the Monarch Descent Tao Pagoda, at that time, you will also meet the senior brothers. At present, the strongest rulers of the 8 great deities can't enter the Tao Pagoda, so we can only rely on the people in their sections. Junior brother represents the Bodhi immortal cave lineage. I hope you won't disgrace our lineage. Brother Monkey continued. Lin Ling was suddenly very curious about the last half of the Tao Pagoda. That was the strongest world of the cosmos gods. Not long later, he would also step into it. Furthermore, in the current era, the various great gods are rising. There are the 9 great cosmos stars, the world will hosts, and the 7 great god clans. Who is the world exterminator and who is the world creator is not important now, because the gods of our 8 great god sects all recognize the world exterminator. Because the true world exterminator god is actually Tong Tian sect leader. And Tong Tian sect leader also wants to obtain the Tao realm. In addition, the great gods are also eyeing covetously, so the last few floors of the Tao Pagoda are extremely difficult to pass. Brother Monkey and Lin Ling chatted for a long time before Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Lin Ling, if you encounter any trouble, you must let my avatar help you. Brother Monkey reminded Lin Ling before he left. Lin Ling came out of the bamboo forest and saw little Kunlun and Giant Ghost. They had been waiting here for quite some time. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, they happily came over and asked about meeting Patriarch Bodhi. Lin Ling did not hide anything and told them about him becoming Patriarch Bodhi's disciple. From now on, you will be my senior brother. That's not right. I entered the Bodhi Immortal Cave earlier than you, so you should be calling me junior brother. Little Kunlun was incomparably happy, but he was confused by himself. Lin Ling, was he his senior brother or his junior brother? That's not important at all. Let's call each other our own. Seeing little Kunlun's appearance, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. That's right, let's call each other our own. I'll still call you Big Brother Lin Ling. Little Kunlun's eyes suddenly lit up. Alright, I should leave. After all, I've been in the chaotic realm for so long. I wonder how the Yellow Emperor and the others are doing. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance and said, in this trip to the chaotic realm, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was not in vain. Big Brother Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, little Kunlun and Giant Ghost were somewhat reluctant to part. Don't worry, it's not like we won't meet. Didn't you say that you were about to enter the Dao Pagoda? At that time, we can reunite again. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, everyone will be very happy to see you back. Lin Ling was also somewhat reluctant and comforted them. Little Kunlun and Giant Ghost nodded. Alright, you guys go back. I'll go to Longevity Mountain first and then leave from there. Lin Ling patted their shoulders and then flew forward. Although Giant Ghost and Giant Ghost were reluctant, they knew that this separation was inevitable, so they all waved goodbye to Lin Ling. Chapter 51:12. After a long time, a grand and ancient mountain appeared in front of him. It seemed that he was about to reach the Longevity Mountain. But at this moment, several figures flew across the sky. After seeing Lin Ling, they all flew towards Lin Ling. Looking at them, it was obvious that they were pleasantly surprised. Lin Ling swept his gaze and found several familiar faces. Weren't they the ones from the Supreme Taoist Temple who wanted to teach him a lesson? Besides them, Lin Ling also found 3 unfamiliar faces. These 3 were not weak. They were middle-stage St. Cosmos giant gods. Unfortunately, now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, he was confident that there would be few who could be his match among middle-stage St. Cosmos giant gods. He stopped flying and landed on the ground, waiting for the arrival of these people. Wenchang Monarch, he is the one who married Feng Mo Yang. Those people looked excited as they walked away, pointing at Lin Ling as they spoke. The 3 strongest people narrowed their eyes and sized up Lin Ling. From Lin Ling, they could only sense the strength of a King Realm giant god. Lin Ling, how have you been? I didn't expect us to be so fated to meet each other in the vast primal chaos realm. I don't know if it's your bad luck or our good luck. After those few people landed on the ground, they walked towards Lin Ling casually. Cold light bloomed in their eyes, as if they were certain that they could defeat Lin Ling. The 3 strongest people frowned slightly, looked at each other, and said, "You are Lin Ling. Why does your name give us a sense of familiarity?" Not only did they feel that Lin Ling's name was familiar, but they were also surprised by Lin Ling's calmness. Could it be that Lin Ling knew that he couldn't escape and was planning to beg for mercy? Wenchang Monarch, Lin Ling is such an insignificant person. How could you have heard of his name? You must have remembered it wrongly. Brother Chen and the others from the Supreme Taoist Temple were displeased. In their eyes, Lin Ling was a country bumpkin who had taken over the Supreme Taoist Temple. However, the 3 strongest cultivators did not say anything. They clearly had extraordinary backgrounds. They had been called here by Hua Jichu, so Brother Chen was extremely respectful to them. Cut the crap. Why are you looking for me? At this time, Lin Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Senior Brother Hua asked us to ask you what's going on between you and Feng Moyong. Are you really married or are you faking it? Among the 3 strongest people, the one who seemed to be the strongest asked indifferently. We were really married, but now we are separated. Lin Ling said. Since he had helped Feng Moyang, he naturally wouldn't cause trouble for her. He could just tell Hua Jichu to look for him if he needed help. Are they really getting married? Hearing those words, the expressions of the Wenchang monarch and the others turned cold. Although Lin Ling had already separated with Feng Moyang was already married and her reputation was no longer there. With Brother Hua's face, how could he have the nerve to look for Feng Moyang? Of course, Feng Moyang was actually a small matter. The important thing was that it would be difficult for the two gods to be together. Do you know that you have ruined Brother Hua's big matter? You can bear the responsibility. One of the experts said angrily. The two gods were almost able to get together, but because of this cockroach, it was ruined. This kind of destruction could be said to be a disaster for 10,000 years. Now, what do you want to do? Lin Ling did not expect that Hua Jichu's background was not small. You still dare to ask us what we want to do? Now, come back with us to see Brother Hua. Let me tell you, Brother Hua will not let you off. You better watch out. Wenchang monarch immediately said cold words. Ah, Lin Ling, now you know regret. In the Taoist temple, when we asked you, you should have obediently answered us. Then you wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing Wenchang monarch's words, Brother Chen and the others rejoiced in his misfortune. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Ling already knew the other party's intention. The tyrannical Song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. The sword did not seem very powerful, but after it was slashed out, its power was extremely terrifying. Brother Chen and the others were still laughing, but after sensing the terrifying power, their expressions froze. They were so frightened that they forgot to resist. With a single slash, Brother Chen and the others were killed. Their god essence poured out, and they could feel their life force draining away. At this moment, they realized that Lin Ling was actually so much stronger than them. You are courting death. However, his senior brother Chen was saved by someone. It was the Wenchang monarch. A glazed pagoda appeared in his hand, blocking Lin Ling's slash. After that, he frowned. You are so powerful? It seems that we have underestimated him. With his strength, I estimate that he can be ranked as a middle-stage giant god at the king level. The other two said coldly. Wrong. He is a middle-stage giant god at the king level, an invincible existence. Lin Ling growled. He did not fuse with his innate talents. Instead, he activated Pangu's true body and slashed out with the tyrannical Song sword. Long long. The earth shook as the terrifying slash hit the two strongest people, causing their expressions to change drastically. This Lin Ling actually attacked them? And they felt that it was very strange. They could not sense any godly energy in this slash. Insignificant skill. They were giant gods at the saint level, so how could they put Lin Ling in their eyes? But just as they finished speaking, a slash that did not seem to contain any godly energy killed them. Moreover, it killed two of them with one slash. You! Wenchang monarch was shocked. He could not believe it, and his eyes trembled. Go! He activated the glazed pagoda with all his strength and ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Ling. The godly energy was incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, although he was a middle-stage giant god at the saint level, he was not one of the strongest. His strength was still insufficient to fight against Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a step forward, and Lin Ling activated his universe to resist the glazed pagoda crashing down from the sky. With a kacha sound, the glazed pagoda shattered instantly, as though it was destroyed by a powerful universe law. One had to know that this glazed pagoda not only contained a powerful godly energy, but it also contained a universe within it. But it was destroyed by Lin Ling in one move. Could your universe be the Seven Realms universe? Wenchang monarch's mouth trembled as he looked at Lin Ling walking over with his sword. He was so frightened that he lost the ability to resist. Beside him, senior brother Chen had just been saved by Wenchang monarch and was feeling lucky. But after seeing this scene, he was speechless. Lin Ling was actually so strong. He suddenly felt that meeting Lin Ling again was his bad luck. Lin Ling, right? You are the host of the world will, Lin Ling. Wenchang monarch stared at Lin Ling and finally roared. He had felt that Lin Ling's name was very familiar. So it was this legendary person. Wenchang monarch, Lin Ling. Who is Lin Ling? Senior brother Chen also felt that something was wrong. He is an extremely famous character in the bottom 3 levels of the Dao Pagoda. I heard about him because a friend of mine told me that he came from the Silver Moon clan. He told me that all their clan members on the 3rd level of the Dao Pagoda were killed, and the murderer was Lin Ling. Wenchang monarch said solemnly, I didn't expect that my name would spread to the primal chaos realm. But you all still have to die. Lin Ling activated the Universe 3 Extremes break. Lin Ling, wait, we can talk. Wenchang monarch immediately roared. Chapter 51:13. Only senior brother Chen was left. At this moment, the corner of his mouth was trembling. Was this the Lin Ling who had taken advantage of the Supreme Taoist Temple? He was originally a celebrity. Senior Lin Ling, so you are the host of the world's will. Senior brother Chen said nervously. He suddenly felt that the people of the Supreme Taoist Temple in the main hall were very sarcastic. They actually evaluated Lin Ling from above. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and walked over step by step. Lin Ling, can you? Senior brother Chen's mouth trembled. Swoosh. Lin Ling slashed out and split senior brother Chen in half. Then, he plundered their treasures and strode away. Hua Zhichu, you sound very powerful. If you have the ability, come find me at the Dao Tower. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he entered the area of the Longevity Mountain. Then, he found a dense forest and sat down cross-legged. He took out the jade bottle given to him by the sun god race and gently opened it. Immediately, a strand of golden sunlight floated out and surrounded Lin Ling's body. At the same time, Lin Ling sensed that his Dao had returned to the 3rd level. Moreover, this feeling was getting clearer and clearer. Waves of golden sunlight lingered around his body, causing him to gradually become illusory. At the same time, in the distant sky, an old man rode on a lion and quickly moved through the sky. His palms were pressed together, and his eyes flickered as if he could see the distant Longevity Mountain. Lin Ling seriously injured by Shan and Deshan, and now he has returned to the Longevity Mountain. This time, I must capture him, even if I have to offend the Earth Immortal Ancestor. I will waste this clone and let the Earth Immortal Ancestor kill him. If the Earth Immortal Ancestor goes to the 3 divine sects of Baishan, then let Dip Ankara Buddha face him. Amitabha, for the sake of the universe, I must do this. His speed seemed to penetrate the void. In the blink of an eye, the mountain range of the Longevity Mountain appeared in front of him. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sensing the Dao Regression celestial seat. But at this moment he felt a powerful aura surging over. He lifted his head and saw Buddhist light shooting up into the sky. He could faintly see a huge lion galloping in the sky, disappearing and reappearing. In the blink of an eye, it was already at the edge of the Longevity Mountain. What a powerful aura! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He knew that after the failure of the White Mountain Great Buddha, the 3 great sects of the White Mountain sent out their experts again. From the looks of it, the 3 divine sects of White Mountain seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and dared to invade Longevity Mountain. But I'm leaving. However, Lin Ling smiled. He could sense a mysterious power. The sun's divine light was taking effect. With that thought in mind, Lin Ling suddenly looked at the Buddhist light in the distance. He saw an old man on the lion, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He was mocking the old man. His body gradually became illusory. Not good. At this moment, the expression of the old man on the lion changed. He could clearly sense that Lin Ling was about to escape. Damn it. It wasn't easy for him to go all out and attack Lin Ling in Longevity Mountain's territory, but Lin Ling was about to leave. If he had known this would happen, he would have captured Lin Ling alive at Longevity Mountain. Lin Ling, don't go. He grabbed out with his hand, and a terrifying universe seal surged out, wanting to seal Lin Ling within. However, as the force approached Lin Ling suddenly disappeared. The place where he sat cross-legged was only left with endless sunlight. Lin Ling, Amitabha. The old man rode the lion and rushed to the foot of Tsang Mountain. Looking at the constantly circling sunlight, he pressed his palms together and the corners of his eyes twitched. He was clearly extremely angry. Lin Ling. At this moment, in the distant forest, a beautiful figure appeared. Looking at the disappearing Lin Ling, she rushed over anxiously, but in the end she fell down halfway, because she knew that Lin Ling had finally left. Lin Ling, don't go. I still owe you an apology. She powerlessly sat on the ground, tears flowing out of her eyes. She was none other than Feng Moyong. During this period of time, she had been constantly searching for Lin Ling. She had almost walked through the entire Longevity Mountain, but she still hadn't seen Lin Ling. When she finally found Lin Ling, it was already too late. And when she saw Lin Ling disappear with her own eyes, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. This was because she really wanted to personally apologize to Lin Ling. Kid, you know Lin Ling? At this moment, the old man opened his eyes and looked at Feng Moyong indifferently. Previously, he had seen this girl shouting for Lin Ling, and from the looks of it, their relationship was not shallow. This old monk is the Burning Heart Ancient Buddha. You have already strayed onto the wrong path. The old man smiled kindly and walked towards Feng Moyong step by step. Since this girl was related to Lin Ling, then after capturing her, Lin Ling might enter the Chaos Realm again. However, Feng Moyong ignored the old man and continued to cry in incomparable grief. Seeing this, the old man's eyes turned cold and he immediately attacked Feng Moyong. His large hand grabbed out, wanting to imprison Feng Moyong. Amitba, this old monk will bring you out of the wrong path and ascend to the other side, freeing you forever. But at this moment, a vine suddenly rushed out from the ground and ruthlessly smashed onto the large hand. The terrifying thing was that after the seemingly ordinary vine ruthlessly smashed into the large hand, it instantly collapsed and endless Buddhist energy poured out. What kind of monster is this? The Burning Heart Ancient Buddha's eyes were filled with anger after his attack failed. It was fine if he couldn't capture Lin Ling, but he couldn't even capture this girl? This old monk. A calm voice suddenly sounded out, and it actually carried waves of anger. Around the Burning Heart Ancient Buddha, vines rushed out from the ground and ruthlessly whipped towards him. Ignorant. Seeing these vines, the Burning Heart Ancient Buddha shouted in disdain. With a flick of his finger, Buddhist flames shot out, wanting to burn these vines. Unfortunately, he had forgotten whose territory this was. The vines ignored the Buddhist flames and continued to lash at Ancient Buddha Burning Heart. With a crisp snap, the old man's kasaya was torn apart and his flesh was torn apart. He was in so much pain that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lost. The voice sounded again. Slap. Another heavy whip came and this time, it hit the Burning Heart Ancient Buddha's chest, causing him to cry from the pain. Wait, who are you? The Burning Heart Ancient Buddha roared. Reach the other shore? However, the mysterious voice ignored him and allowed the countless vine whips to continue lashing out. Pa. Scorching Heart was in so much pain that he was tearing up. He kept shouting and his eyes suddenly narrowed. You're an Earth Immortal Ancestor. Eternal release? His voice was filled with disdain as he continued whipping the Ancient Buddha with his vines. The Ancient Buddha, who was originally a Buddha god, could only roll on the ground as he hugged his head. He was in an extremely sorry state. In the distance, the azure lion was trembling at this moment. It lay on the ground and didn't dare to move because it noticed that the owner of this voice was incomparably terrifying. In the end, Azure Lion could only watch as Burning Heart Buddha was whipped to death. Go back and tell Dipankara Buddha that if he has the ability, come and find me, an Earth Immortal. Chapter 51:14. Scram. It wasn't until the voice gradually became cold that it reacted and hurriedly fled like a wisp of smoke. At this moment, Feng Moyong had already woken up from her sorrow. She had been witnessing the scene in front of her and was incomparably shocked. This was because she had not sensed anyone's arrival at all. Nuwa Clan girl, you were almost taken away by the people of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. At this moment, an old voice came from the forest, but it carried a touch of kindness. Who are you? Feng Moyong raised her head and looked around in shock. I am the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. The person you were searching for was Lin Ling. Unfortunately, you came too late. He has already returned to the Dao Tower. The voice sounded. I know he is Lin Ling, but I did come too late. Speaking of Lin Ling, Feng Moyang's eyes dimmed again. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes focused and she gritted her teeth and said, I want to enter the Dao Tower and find Lin Ling. I must find him. Girl, the Dao Tower is not like the primal chaos realm. Without the protection of the 8 gods, the massacre there is incomparably terrifying. Have you really thought about it? The voice sounded again. Feng Moyang nodded heavily. I owe him an apology. If I don't say it, I feel that I will feel uneasy for the rest of my life. Sigh, perhaps you don't know who Lin Ling is. He is the host of the world's will and is very famous in the Dao realm. He has offended many ancient gods and killed many powerful gods. Even in the primal chaos realm, he is extremely famous. And if you want to find him, it will probably be somewhat difficult. The voice sounded again. In fact, when Lin Ling stepped into the Longevity Mountain, I already knew. I also knew that the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were chasing after him. He came here to take refuge. Hearing this, Feng Moyang was stunned. She thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary god. She didn't expect him to be so famous. However, if you want to go to the Dao Pagoda, I can help you. Let me speak for your supreme Taoist temple. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Then, a small sapling floated over and landed in front of Feng Moyang. This sapling can save your life 3 times. Take it with you into the Dao Pagoda. Of course, I hope that you will never have to use this sapling. It's hard to fathom a person's heart. Be careful. Senior earthly immortal ancestor, why are you helping me? Feng Moyang was incomparably shocked, but he still received the sapling. Because the 2 of you are fated. That's all there is to it. After a moment of silence, the voice suddenly spoke. Feng Moyang's brows furrowed. Fate? Her heart suddenly became heavy. She thought of that man who spoke very little. Could it be that she really knew that man? Go back to the Supreme Taoist Temple first. The voice floated again. Feng Moyang nods and quickly runs towards the Supreme Taoist Temple. The Nuwa clan? After Feng Moyang disappeared, the voice once again mysteriously floated up. At this moment, on the other side, in the Sun God Temple, light condensed and then turned into a figure. It was Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling, who had just returned, did not leave. Instead, he frowned. What was extremely strange was that after he left the primal chaos realm, he immediately sensed Yu Yu's soul. Unfortunately, this kind of feeling came too late. Why is this feeling disappearing and reappearing? Who is stopping me? Or is it that Yu Yu is not an ordinary existence in the primal chaos realm? Lin Ling frowned, constantly guessing where Yu Yu had reincarnated to. Unfortunately, I have already left the primal chaos realm. Moreover, even if I enter the primal chaos realm again, that feeling will probably disappear. It's better not to think too much about it now. In any case, the primal chaos realm will be destroyed sooner or later. This means that the gods of the primal chaos realm will all enter the Dao Pagoda. At that time, you might also enter. Lin Ling said to himself. Only then did he look at the Great Hall and discover that it was the Great Hall he had come from. Moreover, many people were looking at him. They were the people of the Sun God race. Are you Lin Ling? Finally, someone shouted. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Ling, you're finally back. After seeing Lin Ling admit it, many people of the Sun God race were very excited. Back then, Lin Ling had saved the Son of Light, and now he had become the benefactor of the Sun God race. Everyone was very grateful to him. Facing these enthusiastic Sun God race, Lin Ling was somewhat surprised. Lin Ling, you're back. At this moment, a woman walked over with a few people from the Sun God race. It was the 12-winged Sun God. After she saw Lin Ling, she seemed to be more excited than anyone else. 12-winged Sun God, where is this? Lin Ling also happily walked over. After a conversation, Lin Ling found out that this was the Sun God race's temple. It was located in a universe, but he could return to the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda through this universe. After knowing where he was, Lin Ling and the 12-winged sun god moved forward towards the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. Along the way, Lin Ling also knew that the great gods of the Spirit Nation had left once again and entered the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda. On the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda, there weren't many gods left behind by the Yellow Emperor and the others. Most of them had entered the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda. It seems that I've been gone for quite some time. The Yellow Emperor and the others should have recovered their strength and made some progress. Lin Ling nodded. After walking out of the Sun God Temple, a burst of light flowed and the surrounding scenery quietly changed. It was already on the flat ground. It was on the original land. And this was the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. Let's go to the Sacred Ocean City. Who is guarding there now? Lin Ling asked. Taoist Master Duobao. The 12-winged sun god said, his strength has already recovered, and he has also made some progress. However, compared to the Yellow Emperor and the others, he is still a little weaker. Of course, the power of his world's will is not weak. Among the king-level universe gods, there should be very few who can match him. Let's go. Hearing this, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The world's will host was indeed unique. In such a short period of time, his strength had actually recovered to the level of the past. One must know that if it were an ordinary god, they might not be able to recover their strength from the past. The few of them flew towards the Sacred Ocean City, but before they arrived, they heard a series of loud shouts. Lord of the Sacred Ocean City, get out here! In the distance, at the edge of the ocean, a large number of gods stood there, shouting. However, there were also whispers that could be heard. I heard that the experts of the Sacred Ocean City have all left, leaving behind an old man and a few weak gods. Oh right, there's also the 12-winged sun god of the sun god race. However, the Sacred Ocean City is not the territory of the sun god race. If we take this city, the sun god race probably won't interfere. Are you sure that the experts of the Sacred Ocean City have left? I heard that the Yellow Emperor and the others are there. They are extremely powerful. Actually, the Yellow Emperor and the others are not scary. The most terrifying one is still the old monster Lin Ling. Chapter 51:15. The more the gods spoke, the louder they became, and the braver they became. They came from the 2nd level of the Dao Pagoda, so they knew about the taboos of the City of Myriad Gods. Among them, the one who had heard the most was the old monster Lin Ling. It was said that this Lin Ling was so fierce that he even dared to exterminate the Silver Moon clan. But now that Lin Ling had left, there was nothing to be worried about. Ocean Saint City still hasn't opened its gates. It seems that they are forcing us to take action. The gods then looked at the Ocean Holy City in the distance. One of the gods roared and released a stone conch. The stone conch released a spiraling light that rushed towards the Ocean Holy City. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the majestic Ocean Holy City began to tremble. Waves of seawater soared into the sky. Taoist conch, good technique. Your godly power is estimated to be in the 4,000 range. The others were full of praise. With their hands behind their backs, they looked at Ocean Saint City with faint smiles. At the same time, Ocean Saint City finally opened, and a large number of gods walked out. The one leading them was Taoist Master Duobao. His face was ashen as he stared coldly at the gods in front of him. There were many gods in front of Ocean Saint City, including late-stage King Universe Giant gods and early-stage Saint Universe Giant gods. If there was only one Saint Universe Giant god, Taoist Master Duobao wouldn't be afraid. But there were more than a dozen of them, and many late-stage King Universe Giant gods. It seemed that this battle was going to be a tough one. Previously, he had already discovered the gods outside Ocean Saint City, but he chose to ignore them. But in the end, he found out that these gods who were trying to seize the city had no intention of leaving. Taoist Master Duobao, let's fight. Behind Taoist Master Duobao were Sakura and Yuer and Xianxia. Their strength grew slowly, and at some point, they had reached their limits, so they didn't go to the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda. In fact, if they hadn't followed Lin Ling and obtained some rare treasures to cultivate, they wouldn't have been able to reach the 3rd level of the Dao Pagoda. So now, most of them were cultivating in Lin Ling universe, and they only entered the Dao Pagoda occasionally. After all, the battles in the Dao Pagoda were more difficult for them to get involved. Okay. Taoist master of many treasures nodded. Hearing this, Indra took out the coffin lid, and the moment this treasure appeared, the eyes of the gods in the distance all lit up. They all sensed the extraordinariness of the treasure in Indra's hands. However, after they clearly saw the strength of Sakra and the others, they all revealed disdainful smiles. The strongest is none other than Taoist master of many treasures. He's a middle-stage king-class cosmos giant god, yet he dares to obstruct us with this level of strength? This is akin to a mantis blocking a chariot. The god holding the stone conch smiled faintly. Taoist master of many treasures, hand over the holy city of the ocean and leave. We won't make things difficult for you. Someone also shouted, although you are the host body of the world's will, there will naturally be people who will deal with you. We will not lower ourselves to make a move on you. Now, the various great world will hosts had been exposed. There were very few people who didn't know about them. However, they didn't plan on attacking the world will hosts. After all, there would be even stronger people who would attack and kill the world will hosts. Their goal was the holy city of the ocean. You make it sound so powerful. Why didn't you dare to come to the ocean holy city 100 years ago? Taoist master of many treasures said disdainfully. The faces of the gods suddenly turned cold. 100 years ago, the old monster Lin Ling's name was too famous. How would they dare to come? I know you want to use the old monster Lin Ling to scare us. Unfortunately, the old monster Lin Ling has already been eliminated. Now, there are even more gods entering the Dao Pagoda, and each is stronger than the last. The waves in front of the Yangtze River surpass the waves behind. Lin Ling is nothing. The god holding the stone conch said proudly. He didn't know how strong Lin Ling was, but he reckoned that an outdated god was only powerful in the rumors. Taoist master of many treasures snorted coldly and was about to speak when his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw several gods descending from the sky. The leader was a white-haired man, and beside him was a golden-haired god. They seemed to be from the solar god race. However, Taoist master of many treasures and the others recognized the white-haired man and couldn't help but be delighted. What are you laughing at? The gods only frowned. At this time, Taoist master of many treasures and the others could still laugh? Suddenly, they all looked behind them and saw several figures walking over. Of course, the first to cry out was from the solar god race. Solar god race, don't tell me you want to intervene in the matter of seizing the city? You must know that seizing cities in the city of myriad gods is a very normal thing. A god said coldly. This person looked ordinary, but his strength wasn't weak. He was an early-stage Saint Giant Universe god and held a small stone mill in his hand. It was very mysterious. Don't worry, we won't intervene. The 12-winged sun god said with a smile. But everyone was surprised. If the solar god race wasn't going to intervene, what were they doing here? They looked at Taoist master of many treasures and the others and found that they were all laughing. The dignified and angry look from before had disappeared, as if nothing had happened. However, they were already planning to attack the city. How could Taoist master of many treasures and the others be so relaxed? Could it be him? Everyone's eyes quickly fell on the white-haired man. Not good, he's Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone shouted. His face was pale, and he sat down on the ground with a plop. Lin Ling? How is that possible? Didn't he go to the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda? How could someone walk back to the 3rd floor? Everyone's heart trembled inexplicably. Their previous arrogance suddenly disappeared. Although they didn't know how strong Lin Ling was still a taboo in the city of myriad gods. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid. Duan, god of fortune, how can you be sure? A god asked. I used to be a god in Green City. The green-robed ancestor was killed by Lin Ling, so I've seen Lin Ling before. The god said nervously. Hearing his words, everyone no longer had any doubts and looked at Lin Ling with a frown. Lin Ling smiled and ignored everyone. Instead, he looked at Taoist master of many treasures and the others. I'm back. Lin Ling. and Yuer and the others were very happy. Although they were in the Linling universe and had always been by Linling's side, Linling hadn't entered the Linling universe during this time, so they were very worried about Linling. Hee, second brother. Sakura also smiled as he watched Linling walk over. After Linling walked over, he told them about his encounter with the giant ghost and little Kunlun, causing Yuer and the others to be incomparably happy. The giant ghost and little Kunlun were very familiar with them. Now that they heard that they were fine, everyone was relieved. The little skeleton finally transformed into a human. I wonder how that kid looks like. Sakura and young Master Yao laughed and chatted, looking forward to seeing little Kunlun. Chapter 51:16. Looks like he's just a king-level giant universe god. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a king-level giant universe god. We have so many people here, and there's even a saint giant universe god. That's right. If we join forces, Linling might not be able to resist us. The gods were enraged, and they communicated secretly with each other. Their eyes were filled with coldness. After Linling talked for a while, he finally looked at the gods. With just one look, the gods, who were ready to make a move, fell silent again. Although they said it simply, when Linling looked at them, they immediately felt the pressure. Linling them. Taoist Master of Many Treasures said. Don't worry, I'll do it. Linling nodded to Taoist Master of Many Treasures and walked toward the gods. Seeing Linling coming, the gods' eyes narrowed. They secretly gathered their godly essence, preparing to prevent any unexpected incidents. Linling is an extremely powerful existence among the world wills, but I don't know how powerful he is. Looks like he's just a king-level giant universe god. The eyes of the god holding the stone conch flashed. But at this moment, space fluctuated, and time seemed to freeze. When Taoist Master Tian Conch reacted, Linling had already appeared in front of him. His white hair was white and his figure was not tall, but it seemed to cover the sky. It was as if he blocked the entire sky. Shio. Linling stretched out his hand, and the stone conch in Taoist Master Tian Conch's hand was grasped in his hand. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. Taoist Master Tian Conch's body was protected by godly energy, but Linling seemed to be able to ignore it. Taoist Master Tian Conch's eyes narrowed. Linling was so powerful? But at the same time, a crisp sound was heard. The stone conch in Linling's hand exploded. This was Taoist Master Tian Conch's great universe. Even though it was only an 8-realm universe, it was still a stable universe. There were not many gods with universes in the Tao Pagoda, and even if there were, they were not complete universes, not even 9 realms. Taoist Master Tian Conch's 8-realm universe was naturally extremely rare. Linling, I'm from Zhangjian, Taoist Master Tian Conch said. Zhangjian is one of the 9 universe stars, and it's the nemesis of the world wills. Now that the Tao Pagoda is in chaos and the gods are rising, you don't want to offend one of the 9 universe stars. Taoist Tian Luo's face turned pale. He quickly mentioned his background because he knew how powerful Linling was after Linling broke his universe. Taoist Master Tian Conch, Taoist Master Tian Conch, Taoist. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Linling said indifferently. These words made Taoist Master Tian Conch feel relieved. The 9 universe stars were the nemesis of the world wills. Linling really did not dare to provoke them. Thinking of this, Taoist Master Tian Conch sneered. Linling, let me tell you, Master Zhangjian is on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda. He entered before us. Although you don't dare to touch us now, I'll still complain to Master Zhangjian about you. Bang. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Linling's hand reached out and pierced through Taoist Tian Conch's stomach, entering his dantian. Linling clenched his fist, shattering Taoist Tian Conch's dantian and absorbing all of his divine yuan. This! All the gods gasped. This was the first time they had seen such a method. They saw Taoist Master Tian Conch's divine essence dissipating as if he had turned into a cripple. Even a god was crippled? They had cultivated for many years and had seen gods being refined and killed, but this was the first time they had seen a god being crippled. Moreover, It was done by such a simple and crude method. Although I won't kill you, it doesn't mean I won't teach you a lesson. Lin Ling withdrew his right hand. Previously, he had indeed crippled Taoist Master Tian Kong. His body was strong, and his universe power had reached the level of the Six Realms universe. Naturally, he could use more methods, so it was not difficult for him to cripple a god. Of course, the premise was that the opponent was much weaker than Lin Ling. However, Taoist Master Tian Kong was only an early-stage Saint Giant God. With such strength, Lin Ling would not be afraid of him even if he had not entered the Chaos Realm, let alone now that he had returned from the Chaos Realm. A lesson? Hearing Lin Ling's words, all the gods were shocked. A small lesson was enough to cripple someone. What if it was a big lesson? Wouldn't that mean the extinction of their race? Sure enough, the forbidden old monster Lin Ling of the City of Myriad Gods was as ferocious as the rumors said. At this moment, many people regretted it. Many of them had dared to attack the oceanic sacred city because they had been bewitched by others. In addition, the old monster Lin Ling had indeed disappeared for a long time. They all thought that Lin Ling had entered the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling, Master Zongjian, is very strong. He has only been in the Dao Pagoda for 10 years, and now he has reached the 4th level. If you dare to touch his people, be careful of Master Zongjian's revenge. Another god said. It was the god holding the millstone. He was also an early-stage Saint Giant God, and his strength was not weak at all. Rumble. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's palm slapped down heavily. The seemingly calm palm tore the void apart, causing endless rumbles. You dare to touch me? The god's face darkened. He immediately activated all his strength, causing the millstone to become huge to resist Lin Ling's palm. But could he resist? A clear explosion rang out as the millstone was shattered by the palm strike. Moreover, the palm strike didn't stop there. It landed on the deity's body and directly smashed him to death, turning him into a pile of flesh and blood. All the gods were so scared that they covered their mouths. That was a Saint Giant God, and he was killed with one slap. It was too easy. They were not fools. They instantly saw how strong Lin Ling was. It seemed that there was a reason for Lin Ling to become a taboo in the City of Myriad Gods. It was not without reason. Do you know how to make a blood oath? All of you, make a blood oath. As long as you are in the City of Myriad Gods, you will protect the ocean sacred city for me. What do you think? Lin Ling suddenly looked at the crowd with a polite smile. But his white hair fluttered slightly, and coupled with his previous heroic actions, no one dared to resist. They all smiled and nodded. I swear. Of course, they knew that if they didn't swear, Lin Ling would kill them. Of course, with the old monster Lin Ling's character, who dared to exterminate the Silver Moon clan, he didn't kill them now. This was not because he was kind, but because he felt that the holy city of the sea lacked some bodyguards. And they were the bodyguards. This was the value of their lives. Lin Ling calmly took their blood oaths and brought them all into the Lin Ling universe. Then he looked at Taoist Tian Kong in his hand and asked, "What is this Zongjian you mentioned earlier?" Taoist Tian Kong had seen Lin Ling's every move, and he had completely lost the will to resist. At this moment, he smiled bitterly and said, Zongjian is a god who awakened 100 years ago. After knowing that he has 9 universe stars, his goal was to defeat the world will hosts. To prove his strength. Because Master Zongjian has always thought that he is the strongest of the 9 universe stars, he attacked the world will hosts. Now, he knows that the Yellow Emperor and the others have entered the 4th level, so he chased after them. As for Taoist Master Duo Bao, he is fine because Master Zongjian did not see him when he came to the 3rd level. Chapter 51:17. It seems that when Zongjian came to the 3rd level, Taoist Duo Bao was still recovering his strength in my Lin Ling universe, so Zongjian missed him. However, the stars of the 9 universes? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. So far, he had met a few of the 9 universes' stars, orthodoxies, Ning Qingxin, Young Master Ming, God of the Underworld, Son of Light, and so on. These people were all famous people or the reincarnation of powerful gods, but Zongjian was different. He seemed to have a very ordinary origin. Maybe it's because his origin is ordinary that he wants to make a name for himself. So, the world's will hosts are his targets. Among my friends, the world's will hosts are the most, so he has his eyes on me. He thought I was on the 4th level, so he entered the 4th level. If he couldn't find me, he would definitely make things difficult for the Yellow Emperor and the others. Lin Ling muttered to himself, then looked at Daoist Tian Luo in his hand. Daoist Tian Luo looked at Lin Ling in fear, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would kill him. However, Lin Ling sneered and didn't kill Daoist Tian Luo. Instead, he pushed Daoist Tian Luo into the ground, leaving only his head outside. Then he ignored him. Daoist Tian Luo had been crippled by Lin Ling. If no one saved him, he wouldn't be able to come out. Of course, in order to prevent Daoist Tian Luo from dying, Lin Ling also asked people to feed him some sweet dew every day to maintain his life. No, you can't do this. Daoist Tian Luo was buried in the ground, screaming in pain, but he couldn't resist. The gods in the distance shivered and looked at Lin Ling in fear, not daring to say a word. From now on, the Ocean Holy City is in your hands. How about it? Lin Ling looked at everyone with a smile. Okay, the city will live if you die. No, the city will die if you die. The gods quickly smiled. Now that they had made a blood oath, how could they resist Lin Ling? Even if they didn't make a blood oath, they didn't dare to have any objections because Lin Ling could kill them immediately. Thank you. Lin Ling waved his hand slightly and led Daoist Duo Bao and the others into the Ocean Holy City. At this moment, there were many gods in the city. They had paid the money to enter the city to cultivate. They had witnessed Lin Ling's tyrannical suppression of the gods, so they didn't dare to say a word. Senior Lin Ling. When Daoist Tian Luo walked out, they were afraid that Lin would treat them as rebels and kill them. Lin Ling glanced around and frowned slightly. He did not expect there to be so many people in the city. Senior. With just one glance, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to raise their heads. Old Monster Lin Ling was a formidable person who dared to exterminate the Silver Moon clan. Daoist Duo Bao. Was that Daoist Dao? Was that Dao Bao? At that moment, Daoist Duo Bao explained. His explanation caused everyone to heave a sigh of relief, and they finally dared to sneak a glance at Lin Ling. Soon after, they discovered that Lin Ling remained indifferent and continued forward. They were finally relieved. You have taken care of the Ocean Holy City very well. This was the second time Lin Ling had been here. The first time was when he was being chased by the Silver Moon clan. Now, he had a good look at the Holy City of the Ocean. He had to admit that the Holy City of the Ocean was well managed by the Silver Moon clan. It was very reasonable. After the Yellow Emperor and the others took over, they didn't need to change anything. They just needed to collect money and cultivate. Lin Ling, that was the Silver Moon Palace. After we entered the city, we obtained a lot of treasures. The Yellow Emperor and the others used them to cultivate. It seems to be the Silver Moon clan's collection. That is the Holy Water Well. It is formed by the essence of the sea. A drop of it takes 10,000 years. It took a lot of time to form the Holy Water Well. That is the Sea Fog Land. You can comprehend the great law of the universe there. I heard that it is the closest place to the Grand Mist Aura. Lin Ling walked while Daoist Duo Bao introduced the place. Grand Mist Aura? Lin Ling nodded. He already knew that there was Grand Mist Aura under the City of Myriad Gods. Because of this Grand Mist Aura, the cultivation speed in the City of Myriad Gods was very fast. He suddenly stopped and stared at the coast. He saw that it was a cliff. There was a sea aura pervading the air. Standing there, he could see very far. The blue sea seemed to be in his eyes. The scenery here was very beautiful. That is the Sea Fog Land. Daoist Duo Bao pointed to the distance and said when he saw Lin Ling stop. Lin Ling nodded and walked to the cliff. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread throughout his body. He looked at the sea aura that was constantly forming whirlpools. It was as if he was watching the birth of a universe. It was a very strange feeling. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling's universe appeared around him. It was as if it had merged with the sea. I can really comprehend the great laws of the universe here. Lin Ling was shocked. After sensing carefully, he discovered that the sea was emitting 5-colored mist, evaporating into the sky like water vapor. This seemed to be weak grand mist aura. After all, if the grand mist aura was too strong, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. And this five-colored mist couldn't be detected by ordinary people. Only Lin Ling, who had 6 universes, could sense it. It can upgrade my universe. Lin Ling quickly fused his Lin Ling's universe with the sea. Gradually, he discovered that the grand mist aura was forming whirlpools. Although they were simple whirlpools, they seemed to contain the laws of the universe. This was an indescribable feeling. Lin Ling was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the laws of the universe. Even if he couldn't comprehend them, he would deeply remember them and bring them into his Lin Ling's universe. Lin Ling's universe was also gradually becoming stronger. Originally, Lin Ling had upgraded his universe in the Supreme Taoist Temple. However, that place only strengthened the universe itself. It didn't increase the attack and defense. But here, Lin Ling's universe was constantly getting stronger. Most importantly, its attack and defense were getting stronger. Time quietly passed. Gradually, that feeling faded. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and looked forward again. He discovered that he could see even further. It was as if the entire sea was in his eyes. He knew that the grand mist aura could no longer block his vision. This is really a good place. Lin Ling smiled. Suddenly, he felt that there were so many cities in the city of myriad gods. Every city had grand mist aura. What if he could comprehend all of them? Thinking of this, he stood up and went to find Taoist myriad treasures to bid farewell to them. Lin Ling, you're leaving? And Yuer and the others were obviously reluctant to part with him. Lin Ling immediately looked at them with guilt. After all, he hadn't returned for many years. It was rare for him to come back, but he was cultivating. He didn't accompany them at all. How about this, I'll leave tomorrow. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally said with a smile. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone was incomparably happy. That night, the Oceanic Saint City was extremely lively. A banquet was held. All kinds of wine, meat, and food were free. The Oceanic Saint City didn't even charge any fees. Anyone could enter, and it was free for 3 consecutive days. Chapter 51:18. Enjoying and cultivating at the same time, this was an incomparably rare opportunity. Therefore, people joined in the lively banquet, and more people came to the holy city of the ocean. The holy city of the ocean was heavily guarded. Usually, gods only needed to enter carefully, but at this moment, it welcomed an unprecedented bustle. Come, everyone drink. The streets were full of people. Lin Ling stood on the highest building, looked at the densely packed people, and picked up his wine glass. In the past, every time he went back to Ancestor Taiyan, he would hold a banquet with the purpose of livening up the atmosphere. This was the first time he did this in the Dao Tower. Although he didn't know these people, as long as they were happy, it was fine. As for holding a banquet, it was also a kind of recognition of victory. After risking their lives and returning from a hard battle, how could it be so simple? Only after being happy would they have the motivation to fight again. Sakura and the others were also incomparably happy. They drank with Lin Ling, and then accompanied the unfamiliar gods to drink. Lin Ling and Yuer and the others seized the hard-won time to accompany Lin Ling. Lin Ling kept drinking wine, and at the same time, he also talked to Guang Qingzi and the others, bringing them wine and food. Everyone was happy. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Ling noticed that his power of belief was constantly increasing. This made him a little surprised because he found that these beliefs came from some gods in the holy city of the ocean. Although not every god was born with beliefs, as long as they were born with beliefs, their beliefs would not be weak. This is also possible? Lin Ling was speechless for a while, and then no longer paid attention to it. After all, in such a happy occasion, the matter of cultivation should be thrown aside. The banquet lasted until midnight, and then Lin Ling also said goodbye to everyone and accompanied Yuer and the others. Yuer and the others had rarely been by Lin Ling's side since their resurrection. Today, Lin Ling greatly satisfied them. The feeling of being alive is so good. Perhaps it was because of these happy and relaxed moments, but Lin Ling also cherished these days very much. This was also the motivation that kept him alive every time he was on the brink of death in battle. In other words, this might also be his belief. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling didn't sleep at all. He kept talking to Enyuer. When he woke up, Enyuer, Xianxia, and the others all helped Lin Ling put on his clothes and combed his white hair. Lin Ling, go. The Yellow Emperor and the others are waiting for you on the 4th level. Go and help them. Enyuer and the others all knew why Lin Ling wanted to leave. Lin Ling nodded and kissed each of his wives on their foreheads. Then he continued on his journey. This time, Lin Ling felt that the battle wouldn't be too far away because he was getting closer and closer to the top of the Dao Tower. He didn't leave the 3rd level. Instead, he went to other cities to find ways to improve Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe. Your Excellency, you must be someone Lin. Let me borrow your cities. After arriving at the cities of myriad gods, Lin Ling didn't line up according to the rules. Instead, he flew directly to the top of the city and said indifferently, Your Excellency, how dare you? You think you can borrow just because you want to? Wait, are you that old monster Lin Ling? At first, the city of myriad gods owners were dissatisfied. However, after seeing Lin Ling clearly, their faces changed. How could they dare to stop him? So it's Sage Lin. How affectionate. These city lords were all powerful. They personally came out to greet Lin Ling. Lin Ling casually exchanged some pleasantries with them. Then, he began to search for the grand mist aura in the city. However, the grand mist aura emitted from each city was different. Therefore, Lin Ling's harvest was different. Even Lin Ling didn't dare to get too close to some of the grand mist aura in the cities of myriad gods. Later, he realized that it was difficult to comprehend, so he could only give up. In this way, Lin Ling visited many of the cities of myriad gods on the 3rd level. Under constant comprehension, Lin Ling's universe transformed again and became a 5-realm universe. A 5-realm universe, which meant that Lin Ling could bring 50% of the invincible power of Lin Ling's universe into other universes. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's universe had become his 2nd trump card after the Sword of Faith. With this universe, Lin Ling was confident that he would be invincible even in the middle stage of the Saint Universe Giant God. At this moment, no one in the Sacred Ocean City didn't know about the appearance of the old monster Lin Ling. They were all confused. Did Lin Ling go to the 4th level? With 1 real and 1 illusory, they didn't dare to touch the Sacred Ocean City. After all, Lin Ling was too elusive. On this day, Lin Ling finally decided to leave the cities of myriad gods. Before leaving, he went to find the 12-winged sun god. Lin Ling, you're finally here. The 12-winged sun god was very happy to see Lin Ling because she knew that Lin Ling was finally going to leave. She smiled as she looked at the white-haired man. She subconsciously thought of Lin Ling, whom she had met in the 2nd level. At that time, Lin Ling had been very ordinary. He had fought against the 4 Dao realm emperors. However, when they reached the 3rd level, this man had become even more terrifying. He became stronger, killed Yin Wangguang, annihilated the Silver Moon clan, and stirred up a bloody storm in the Chaos realm. All of this was unbelievable. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Ling's future would be. Lin Ling is worthy of being the host of the world's will. He is as dazzling as the other hosts of the world's will and the 9 stars of the universe. Perhaps he is also the most promising man to overthrow the middle and later stages of the Dao Pagoda. The 12-winged sun god thought, Why didn't you leave? You can't be waiting for me, right? Lin Ling didn't know what the 12-winged sun god was thinking and asked with a smile. Yes, I'm waiting for you. Do you believe it? The 12-winged sun god tucked her long golden hair behind her ears and said with a smile, Let's go to the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda together. The Son of Light told me that in order to repay you, I must personally take you to the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling was a little surprised and asked, The Son of Light went to the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda? Now, the Son of Light should be on the 5th level of the Dao Pagoda, fighting with the various god clans. The 12-winged sun god explained, Now, the gods of all eras are attacking the top of the Dao Pagoda, including the oldest rulers of the Chaos realm. Before us, many ancient gods had already entered the Dao Pagoda. They spent countless years to pass through the 5th level of the Tao Pagoda and gradually created their own forces, as if they were the rulers of the world. If we want to pass through these places, we must overthrow those ancient gods, and they are the 12 god clans. Only by overthrowing them and replacing them can we reach the top of the Tao Pagoda. Chapter 51:19. These 12 clans are the Decaying Race, the Solar God Race, the Silver Moon Race, the Ya Race, the Divine Ox Race, the Universe's number 1 Toad Race, the Giant God Race, the Fengshui Race, and the Mountain Pushing Gang. The 12-winged Yang God introduced them. Lin Ling was slightly shocked. The Solar God Race is also one of them? That's right. In fact, these 12 clans are the oldest and most ancestral races in the universe. Any cultivation ability and divine embryo are more or less related to them because they were born along with the universe. Now, we know that there are actually 9 clans, and there are 3 clans that even we don't know because they are already in the second half of the Tao Pagoda and are preventing anyone from approaching. The 12-winged Yang God continued. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. Even you don't know which 3 clans they are? The 12-winged Yang God shook his head. Because they are all the oldest clans, we really don't know. Therefore, if you want to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda, you must surpass these ancestors. Okay, I understand. Lin Ling nodded. He felt that the competition in the second half of the Tao Pagoda would be extremely fierce. The powerful gods would definitely be as bright as fireworks, and their names would shake the era. At this moment, the will of the world did not seem to be the number 1 enemy. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at the 12-winged Yang God. The latter nodded and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, with your current strength, 90% of the people on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda are no match for you. You already have the qualifications to enter the 5th floor of the Tao Pagoda. 90%? Lin Ling secretly shook his head. After returning from the Chaos Realm, he had upgraded 2 of his trump cards. One was the Sword of Faith, and the other was the Lin Ling Universe. According to this calculation, he should be in invincible existence on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda. Follow me. The 12-winged Yang God led Lin Ling forward and arrived at a mountain range. Then, the 12-winged Yang God took out the Tao Realm fragment and handed it to Lin Ling. If one wanted to go to the next floor, the Tao Realm fragment was indispensable. However, for gods, the Tao Realm shard was no longer of much help. The treasures that could be exchanged for in the celestial realm were also not enough for cultivation. After all, after reaching the rank of giant gods of the universe, it was extremely difficult to advance by a whole realm. Lin Ling felt a sensation that he hadn't felt in a long time. Then he realized that his body was dispersing, turning into specks of yellow essence. Like sunlight, they floated towards the sky. When he came to his senses again, Lin Ling's body began to reassemble. They had arrived at the 4th level. A gust of fresh air rushed over. Lin Ling raised his head to look and discovered that the biggest feature of this place was the green mountains and clear waters. What he could see was actually an ancient mountain range, and these mountain ranges were verdant and lush, hazy and misty, very ethereal. This is the 4th floor. The voice of the 12-winged Yang God came from the side. In the hazy fog, the 12-winged Yang God's delicate body was alluring, like a goddess of a generation. The Yellow Emperor and the others are here too? Lin Ling asked. He discovered that in the distance, in the mountain range, there were all kinds of powerful auras hidden. This level did not seem simple. They're all here. Lin Ling, I've already brought you here. Next, I'm going to the Solar God race. After you're done with your task, you must come find us. We'll take you to the 5th floor. The 12-winged Yang God said, actually, under the leadership of the Sun God, our Solar God race had already dominated the second half of the world. Later, the Sun God and the Decay God fought, and the Sun God was defeated. The Child of Light took over the Solar God race, so he opened from the 1st floor. Let's move forward. But Lin Ling nodded and said goodbye to the 12-winged Yang God. The 12-winged Yang God glanced at Lin Ling and finally left. With Lin Ling's current strength, she was not worried about Lin Ling's safety. Lin Ling walked forward alone, then took out a sound transmission talisman to inform the Yellow Emperor and the others. However, this place was too big, and with the fog in the sky, Lin Ling could only roughly tell the direction. Along the ancient mountain range, the journey was peaceful. However, after a long time, divine power fluctuations began to appear in front of him, and deafening sounds could be heard. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He could see that there was a great battle in the mountain range ahead, but he shook his head and did not plan to pay attention to it. He wanted to leave. However, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the primordial aura. This piqued Lin Ling's curiosity. He took a step forward and walked towards the mountain range. Not long after, he saw an ancient pond with a radius of a few hundred meters in front of several majestic mountains. The ancient pond was filled with frost mist, and a huge demonic dragon was floating. Now, the demon dragon's entire body was green, and its body was covered in moss. The dragon's upper body was above the ancient pond, and its lower body was below the ancient pond. It was very terrifying. And beside the ancient pond, several figures were still in a state of battle, staring at the demon dragon with solemn expressions. They were gasping for breath, and their bodies were covered in injuries. It seemed that they had just experienced a great battle. Looking at the ground, it was extremely messy, and there were traces of blood. On the other hand, the demon dragon above the ancient pond was unscathed. Its cold eyes stared at the gods with disdain. "Attack!" The gods shouted angrily. They unleashed their full power and joined forces to suppress the demon dragon again. They were all giant gods of the Saint Realm, and two of them were even middle-stage giant gods of the Saint Realm. However, their combined strength was no match for the demon dragon. Long. Any powerful attacks that rushed toward the ancient pond turned into nothingness. Not only was the demon dragon unscathed, but the water of the ancient pond did not even move a bit. "Look at my universe!" roared a powerful old man as he activated his universe to suppress the ancient pond. Long. With a loud boom, the universe crashed into the ancient pond, but it was torn apart. The old man's universe, which was originally 8 worlds, was forcibly destroyed into 9 worlds. What? The old man retreated several steps. Although the destruction of the universe would not injure him, he could not help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. After all, the improvement of the universe was much harder than the improvement of one's realm. "Teacher, why can't we hurt the demon dragon at all? Is it because of the primordial energy?" That's right. The primordial energy is known as the most mysterious energy of the universe, and it has been refined by the demon dragon. That's why it can block our attacks. Unless we have the power to cut through everything, we can't hurt it. Then we won't be able to get that bead. These gods all had anxious looks on their faces. At this moment, the demon dragon floating above the ancient pond let out a loud roar and spat out a black bead. The moment this bead came out, a gust of strong wind blew, causing the gods to sway unsteadily. The terrifying thing was that the strong wind could not blow them away. Their bodies were disappearing piece by piece, as though they were being corroded. "Teacher," someone shouted with difficulty. "Everyone, unleash your godly power." Chapter 51:20. This dragon pearl is interesting. However, at this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Then, the old man and the others saw a white-haired man walk over. He actually ignored the demonic wind and walked step by step toward the ancient pond. "Little friend, be careful." Seeing this, the old man instinctively shouted because he knew that the demonic dragon had the primordial energy protecting its body. Ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against it. "Madman!" The others' pupils constricted because they saw the white-haired man walk toward the ancient pond just like that. What else could it be but a madman? At the same time, the giant demonic dragon also saw the white-haired man. It let out a low roar, its voice full of disdain. It already had intelligence and could sense that the white-haired man's cultivation level was even lower than the others. With such strength, he dared to court death? It didn't attack the white-haired man. Instead, it urged the demonic wind with all its might to attack the gods. In its opinion, it should first kill the gods and then deal with this little god. At this moment, the white-haired man finally arrived in front of the ancient pond. He jumped up and grabbed with his hand. Everyone saw Lin Ling's action and their eyes widened. Little friend. The old man almost cursed out loud. The white-haired man probably saw that the black pearl was a treasure and wanted to take it for himself. However, he didn't see it. Previously, their combined attacks couldn't break through the primordial energy, let alone the white-haired man who just grabbed it. Do you really think it's a fruit on the roadside that you can pick as you please? However, before they could cry out in alarm, the white-haired man had already grabbed the dragon pearl in his hand. His hand directly passed through the primordial energy as if it could ignore it. The demonic dragon also roared loudly when it sensed that the dragon pearl had been taken away. However, the most terrifying thing was that the white-haired man's hand turned into a knife. With a light slash, the connection between the dragon pearl and the demonic dragon was severed. The demonic dragon roared 3 times in a row. Its huge body fell down as if it had lost all its strength. Looking at the other gods, they all escaped at this moment as if they had just survived a disaster. After all, if the white-haired man hadn't suddenly seized the dragon pearl, they might have all died here. He actually ignored the primordial energy? After they escaped, they all looked at the white-haired man in shock. The white-haired man ignored them. He held the dragon pearl and sized it up. Sometimes he stroked it, and sometimes he held the dragon pearl to look at the sky. The hidden power of the dragon pearl seemed unable to escape his eyes. The white-haired man was Lin Ling. Previously, Huang Xiaolong could ignore the Grand Mist aura mainly because he had comprehended the Grand Mist aura many times in the City of Myriad Gods, thus he had already come into contact with some weak Grand Mist aura. Whereas this Dragon Pearl's Grand Mist aura was very weak, it naturally couldn't stop him. Of course, besides his ability to disregard primordial energy, the energy of faith possessed the might to slash through everything. As for this Dragon Pearl, it could not be considered a precious treasure, but it was still extremely rare. This was because it contained an incomparably powerful energy and was very suitable for cultivation. Most importantly, it contained a strand of primordial energy. That feeling was similar to the Chaos Gems. Of course, it was much weaker than the Chaos Gems. If I want to open the 9th Dantian, I'll definitely need a lot of energy. In addition, I also need energy for my breakthrough. I'll collect these treasures first. Lin Ling put away the dragon pearl and left. The gods stared at Lin Ling with their mouths agape. They couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. However, they immediately looked at the demonic dragon. Seeing that the demonic dragon was on the verge of death, they hurriedly rushed over to kill it and obtain the treasures on its body. Although these treasures were very precious, they were only ordinary to Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling's cultivation not only depended on quantity, but also quality. Let's go and thank that lord. After the old man collected the demonic dragon's treasures, his eyes looked into the distance and rushed over with the crowd. While the old man was flying, his eyes were constantly flickering. The image of the white-haired young man appeared in his mind, and then his face quietly changed. "Senior, wait." The old man's disciples saw Lin Ling and shouted. Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he still stopped in his tracks. "Senior, thank you for saving our lives." After the gods caught up with Lin Ling, they all cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. "Your Excellency, these are my disciples. Thank you for your help." The old man also smiled politely at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. In the first 3 floors of the Tao Pagoda, the gods were prey to the strong. It seemed that the 4th floor was much easier to talk to. Of course, Lin Ling was not a greenhorn. He wouldn't treat others as close friends just because they said a few polite words. "No need to thank me. I'm just interested in the dragon pearl. So even without you, I would have competed for it." Lin Ling replied with a smile. "Anyway, thank you, Lord." The old man was still very polite. He suddenly asked, "Are you alone? We are quite familiar with the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda. Is there anything we can help you with?" Hearing this, Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "I'm looking for someone called the Yellow Emperor. Do you know him?" Although he was still wary of these people, Lin Ling still asked casually. "It's Senior Yellow Emperor." The old man's disciples were immediately overjoyed and hurriedly looked at the old man. The old man smiled and nodded. So it's fellow Taoist Yellow Emperor. Not only do we know him, but we are also very familiar with him. If you want to find him, we can take you there as repayment for saving our lives. Thank you. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He was glad that he could meet an acquaintance of the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling followed the old man and the others. Along the way, they kept talking. Through the conversation, Lin Ling gradually became sure that these people did indeed know the Yellow Emperor. This was because they mentioned the Yellow Emperor's characteristics and even mentioned the Emperor Shun and the others. Along the way, other than mountains, there were more mountains. Through the old man's introduction, Lin Ling learned that flying too high in the 4th floor was not allowed because there was a lot of primordial energy. Moreover, flying too high was also very dangerous. There were many powerful demonic dragons on the 4th floor, and there were many of them. They were comparable to peak Saint Stage Universe gods. But other than that, there was nothing else. However, the path from the 4th floor to the 5th floor was very difficult to find. One had to use a Dao realm fragment at the corresponding location. Not long after, the old man flew down and looked around. There were also endless mountains here, but there were 8 mountains in the surroundings. The most amazing thing was that they were all exactly the same, and they surrounded everyone in the middle. Ha Lin Ling, you've been fooled. The old man's expression suddenly changed, and he roared. The situation suddenly changed, and the old man's disciples were unable to react. They all looked at the old man in shock. Master, this? He is the old monster Lin Ling, the one who annihilated the Silver Moon clan. He just came here from the 3rd floor. The old man's expression was ferocious as he retreated with his disciples. Looking at them, even Lin Ling was very surprised. However, he did not care about the old man because he realized that a large number of gods had suddenly appeared on the 8 mountains in the surroundings.